Chapter 741. The confused Nopline. Everyone had different reactions to seeing Mikhail's face. The shock was just too much, so they needed time to process his sudden appearance. Mikhail looked at their hysterical performance and sneered, "Believe it or not, I'm still alive." "What? Are you disappointed that I didn't die?" "Hey, my luck is just too great." "Now that you're all here, let's talk about compensating me for all the wrongs you did." "Kamara, you, my demonic wife, had the nerve to deceive me into believing that Lecter was my son all these years. Tell me, do you fkin know how painful that is to a man? I have never abused you or treated you badly, and have always respected you as one of my wives. Whatever you wanted, if it was reasonable, I always fulfilled your requests. I gave you a piece of my heart honestly and didn't dare to neglect my duty as your husband. But you, on the other hand, deceived me mercilessly into thinking that the child which you bore was mine. If your crimes had ended there, then I would have been somewhat merciful towards you. But not only did you deceive me, you also kept seeing the boy's father all these years. Kamara, to think that you will be sleeping with your royal brother-in-law behind my back. Don't you have any shame?" Mikhail looked at her coldly, while clenching his fists. She was the one who forced her way into his life and continuously begged him to marry her, and all this was just a ploy devised by his brother and herself to get the throne. They were his family, but they dared to kill him because of their greedy thirst for things that didn't belong to them. The pain that they had caused in his heart was unforgivable. Kamara looked at him hysterically and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha. Shame? Why should I feel any shame? Do you know how disgusted I was every time I stayed beside you? Your entire presence makes me want to puke. Do you think that I should be grateful because you were kind to me? Who has kindness ever helped? I wanted you to make my Lecter king, but you refused and refused continuously. Truthfully, if you had agreed, I wouldn't have poisoned you and might have even let you live by selling you to slavery in another faraway continent. But no, you decided to go against my requests over and over again. So of course I poisoned you. TSK. I'm really surprised by how dumb I was to trap you all these years. It's surprising that the big mighty Mikhail Parsley would trust his family so much. You're nothing but a fool. That's why I was able to kill your other wives and children too. Your inability to protect them is what led to their death. Yes, their death is in your hands. I want you to have nothing that brings you happiness. I hate you, Mikhail Parsley. Because of you, I had to see my beloved secretly. Because of you, I never got the chance to publicize our love. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Slap. The crisp loud sound echoed within the room, and the handcuffed Kamara fell back a bit and looked at Mikhail in shock. Did he just slap her? He had never touched her before, and now dared to slap her? No one felt like Mikhail's actions were too much. Some of the soldiers felt like they might have done the same if they were in his shoes. Not only did she cheat on him since the day they got married, she also brought back a love child. Additionally, she succeeded in killing his other wives and kids as well. Fortunately, she failed in killing him, or else how would his soul be able to rest in peace? The soldiers felt like the world of these noble families truly was a scary thing. No wonder His Majesty Landon came up with so many marriage rules in Baymard. Once again, they admired His Majesty's wisdom. Mikhail looked at the demonic woman before him and restrained himself from strangling her. She would die, but not now. A public execution was in order. Brother, even if she did all those things, why raise your hand at her? Have you forgotten that mother used to be abused by father and taught us to never raise our hands on any woman? Brother, if she saw you now, she will be very disappointed, John said, while angrily looking at Mikhail. At this point, he had very much come to terms with the fact that his brother was still alive. But what he couldn't get over was the fact that someone had touched his beloved. He looked at Kamara's swollen left cheek and felt aggrieved. Brother, how could you? Mother will be very ashamed. Wash your mouth with water before you mention mother again. Mother also taught us never to steal another person's wife or kill indiscriminately. Yet here we are. You, my dear brother, had the nerve to send a demon as a wife all those years back just to get my throne. So don't preach to me about mother's teachings, Mikhail said coldly before looking at Nopline. And you, my brother-in-law, I have to hand it to you, you're indeed a strong force to behold. But do you know the main reason why I succeeded today? try guessing. I think you know the answer, Mikhail said with a broad smile on his face. Even Kamara and the rest perked up their ears in curiosity as they too wanted to know who was helping Mikhail behind the scenes too. It's that bastard, Landon Abley, isn't it? Mikhail laughed when he heard Nopline's response. Ha 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 ha. I forgot. That's the name he gave you, right? It's no wonder you couldn't find him all this while. Even I would have a problem finding someone with those common names within the entire Pino continent, Mikhail said calmly while thinking it a bit more. Both pleasant and noble families could only take up last names from the list given to them, while slaves took names given to them by their masters, and the peasant population was ridiculously large. So even though there are tens and 20,000s of Ableys in the Pino continent, the name Landon is also a common first name used by both nobles and peasants. So thousands could still have the same, Landon Abley. Of course, they could only have one middle name, while favored nobles could have up to 7 middle names if they wanted to. That said, since Nopline merely knew the name Landon Abley, they would round up everyone with that name, even if they had different middle names. So their search would be tough without any physical description or even a hint about Landon's hideout or movements. It was as if he was a shadow. They didn't know what he looked like, or even what his hair color was. All they had was a name. No wonder Nopline hadn't found his target yet. Mikhail chuckled a bit and found fate a little bit funny. Well, now that you're here, let me give you a hint. For the past months, you sent some people to attack a certain new empire, right? And the ruler of that empire is Landon Barn. And the person you're looking for is Landon Abley. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Nopline looked at Mikhail in disbelief. The former was a rich king, while the latter was someone who claimed that he almost captured his people and sent them to slavery. So how could they be the same? How could it be him? Impossible. Chapter 742 The Aftermath. You're lying. No. How can this be? How can they be the same? Nopline couldn't believe his ears when he heard that Landon Barn was the person he had been searching for all these years. Funny enough, not too long ago, he had sent his men to take down Baymard thinking that they were some weak empire that depended on Corona for protection. But who would have guessed that they were this mighty? He felt like the entire Pino continent had been fooled by them. The most painful part is that he might truly die without seeing what his enemy looked like. He felt like Landon had just slapped his face and was indirectly reminding him of his insignificance. Was he that unworthy even during his past few days? The hate in his heart manifested even more with him blaming everything on Landon. Why would he choose to pick on him? What had he ever done to him? In his heart, he had taken the role of a victim in this matter. Nopline was just that sort of person who would never examine himself or see where he went wrong. He was selfish, greedy and felt the entire world owed him their lives. That's why he felt like Landon was a scheming person who kept singling him out. Hey! Even if Landon knew Nopline's thoughts, he would sneer and shrug his shoulders. This sort of person was delusional, so what more could Landon do? Kamara, Nopline and John were to be executed since they had a direct hand on so many crimes. Again, their properties now belonged to the Empire, which included their knights within other estates scattered around Tariq. The execution would only take place several days from now after some cleanup had been done. That's right. Nopline had gathered a few nobles under his wings over these years, and they too had done several dastardly things that were somewhat inhumane. Additionally, they also aided in killing some of his children and wives. Some things would never be forgiven. As for Lecter, who was now his nephew, even though he didn't have a direct hand in killing him, he too wouldn't be spared. At first, Mikhail wanted to spare him. But when they got to the dungeons, they were flabbergasted. Over 70 girls from the age of 13 had been trapped, locked up, physically tortured, blinded, and had faced several kinds of abuse. Just looking at this number, it was clear that many more had clearly died over the years after getting captured. What sort of monster was this useless nephew of his? Without a doubt, Mikhail would have to find the parents of both the living and the deceased children and compensate them wholly. Additionally, he had to execute Lecter in the place of these poor families. As Tariq's ruler, he couldn't be partial when it came to matters like this. Plus, Lecter had also killed several honest workers too. If someone couldn't make him laugh, it was off with their heads. Even when the weather was bad, he still blamed it on others. He was just too much. Even the soldiers felt like this sort of scum needed to be put to death too. Once again, they felt too lucky to live in an empire like Baymard. The more they went out for missions, the more disgusted they were with the normalities of this world. Of course, Kamara cursed Mikhail hysterically when she heard that Lecter would get executed. She boned this ex-husband of hers for her downfall and kept trying to think of ways for her son to escape while being locked up. But that was just too impossible with the Baymardians in the palace. The days went by in a flash with everything going according to plan. And while Mikhail was reorganizing his empire, things were also getting busy in Baymard too. Din, 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 din. The sounds of several footsteps could be heard walking towards the great parliament hall that had over 1,000 tables with microphones on them. Of course in future, these seats would be filled by every empire's representatives. But now, only 20 people came to this meeting. Both men and women confidently strode in and found seats for themselves. Good morning, morning, morning. They greeted each other honestly while smiles on their faces since some of them had been working with each other for years. Their clean, neat and professional looks exuded a sort of charm that made one take them seriously. Their outfits looked crisp as a new banknote, which perfectly outlined their bodies right. And while some sat calmly, others quickly got busy. The secretaries distributed some files, brought their notebooks and took care of any other thing that needed to be done before the meeting began. Those who worked within the building had already tested their microphones and prepared other equipment needed for the meeting. Of course, security was also standing by the doors too. And soon, Landon walked into the room and everyone briefly got up and bowed slightly. "We greet His Majesty, Landon Barn. Good morning to you all too. You may sit." With that, everyone did as they were told. Landon looked at the faces before him and smiled. He gathered these people here to focus on several main things that had to be done ASAP. Everyone discussed for a bit more until one of the secretaries looked at his watch and tapped a tiny bell with a metal mallet. Ding! The first ring was to remind everyone that in 5 more minutes, the meeting would soon begin. This way, they could round up their chats with each other and prepare for the meeting. One of the security guards in the room heard the bell, walked out one of the Parliament Hall exits and took out his walkie-talkie. "The meeting is about to begin. All security stand guard and let no one in without a pass, ID and name check on the list." Over. Chapter 743 Success for All. While the guards did their jobs, the inside of the hall remained deadly silent as everyone stared at Landon. Ding! The final bell went off, and it was finally time for the meeting to begin. Welcome, everyone. Today, I am proud to say that all empires within the Pino continent have signed treaties with us. That means that we must show them the same respect that we give to our brothers in Corona too, Landon said calmly. For the past few days, he had been warping to the empires of Daeverus and Yoden since his mission required him to constantly make contact with Henry and Sirius. For now, he had been discussing his plans with them and asking them to get their men ready for the battle ahead. Of course, he successfully convinced Henry to sign the treaty too. So now, all empires within the Pino continent were united. Though it wasn't public knowledge yet, everyone in the room was shocked and so happy that they couldn't even contain their smiles. Clap, 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 clap. "We did it. Ha 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 ha. I always knew that we would. This is undoubtedly good news." Clap, 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 clap. Everyone felt warm as they looked at each other merrily. Who knew that they would go this far? This was a big step for the Pino continent as a whole. United we stand, divided we fall. Landon smiled at them and clapped as well before calling for silence again. "Yes, all 6 empires are now united." With that said, since we are just a few present today, I would like to introduce everyone again here for those who are new. Starting with the Terrican representative who happened to be Prince Raoul Parsley. The Arcadinian Minister of Global Affairs, the Honorable Maino Tessa. The Coronian Ambassador, Mr. Victor Rodriguez. The newly appointed Arcadinian ambassador Mr. Sanchez Smith went on to call 14 other names. And finally, the Minister Yugenpei from the Ministry of Defense. Within a few minutes, everyone was introduced. They nodded and waved in acknowledgement while trying to look as cool as possible. Those titles really did sound too pleasing to the ear. That said, the only representatives absent from this meeting are those from the empires of Yoden and Daeverus. Since it's impossible to make decisions concerning any empire without its representatives present, then we can only focus on the empires of Arkadina, Baymard, Corona, and Tariq. First on the list is transport. That's right. Just like in Corona, both Arkadina and Tariq need their own transport routes via water. The meeting was in full swing with both newly appointed Tariqan and Arkadinian ambassadors giving their suggestions in accordance with their rulers. One should know that before William left, he had already discussed everything with Landon, but he also gave his commands to one of his aides whom he left in Baymard. It was only right for everything to be properly concluded in this meeting, and it was also good to listen to the suggestions of others too, just in case there was something they missed. Likewise, Mikhail also left his son Raoul with instructions on what was best for Tariq. Arkadina had decided to have their Bay Arcadian Tariq port in the northern part of Arkadina, which would make it easier for a lot of people who were very far away. Baymard was in the west of Arkadina, so those in the south need to travel for 7-10 months just to get to it. But if it were in the north, that distance would be cut down by half. Alright, speaking on these ports, just as in the case with Corona, your empires need to find several massive estates that are somewhat close to the waters. And once this is confirmed, we will send some of our men to do some finishing touches or adjustments in the buildings within the estates. Not a problem, Your Majesty. That can be done easily. If I may, I'm more curious about this travel agency system thing, Raoul said curiously. When he came to Baymard on Landon's ship, he didn't book or do anything else, so he wasn't all that knowledgeable about how those leaving Corona dealt with things. He started to feel regretful all of a sudden. He heard that just the ship cruise was a whole new experience on its own. But he had been hiding in fear alongside Mikhail ever since he got here. So he spent most of his time behind his desk in the ministry. And even though there was a travel agency in Baymard, he just never had the time to wait in line like everyone else. He was a very busy man. Raoul thought about the information he had gotten from several people and felt confused. Because of too many different versions and stories, he didn't know which of them were true. So he decided to find out from the horse's mouth. Of course it wasn't just him, as the Arkadinian ambassador was also curious too. Your Majesty, why is it important? 2 main reasons: congestion and ease of life. Landon looked at their confused faces and smiled. When the ports within your empires get opened for business, more and more people would flock daily. That said, for now, it would be impossible to physically book thousands of people at once for the ship ride. Only with Wi-Fi can it be possible. With that said, booking people ahead of time is a must. This way, congestion in the ports reduces and it makes it easier on the people as well. But that's not all the travel agencies offer. Most people who come from Corona have already booked several fun activities around Baymard. From zoo visits to going on tours, theater shows, dog shows, public conferences from famous cooks and so on. Their purchased tickets can be booked before they get here. Of course, each attraction ticket can only be used once and will be collected by the workers once at the entrance of each attraction. And even if they lose their ticket, provided we have their names and date of purchase, then we can confirm their purchase. We also provide them with travel magazines which show them a visual representation of these tourist attraction sites. Raoul listened to Landon's careful explanation and nodded in agreement before frowning again. Your Majesty, can hotels be booked from the two? No. Not for the time being. In future yes. But not now. And that goes for cars as well. With tourist attractions, they will be given tickets that will have expiry dates on them and can be used any time before then. But with hotels, since there were no phones out of Baymard, it would be too difficult to constantly inform each hotel every minute or hour when someone booked the hotel. Without internet, It was just too difficult. Their meeting went on from transport to defense and other major concerns. Just like the Coronians, they also had to get their own barrack training units in Baymard, as well as their passport status changed too. Several things needed to change as of now, and after 2 hours and 2 bathroom breaks, they were done for the day. Landon chatted with them for a bit before heading toward the barracks. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was busy as well. "My sweet baby, can you hurry up? This is Mr. Hunger you're talking about. We have to go now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I'm here. Let's go." With that, the two women ran at an amazing speed to their cars. No matter what, they couldn't miss this opportunity. It was Mr. Hunger, for heaven's sake. "Cal, step on it." "Yes, princess." Chapter 744 Crazy Women. Baymard's capital city. The sky was clear blue, the air was warm and summery, giving others a feeling of youth. Today, there was a mad storm that rushed thousands of people hastily. "Driver, can you go a little faster?" "What do I do if I miss it?" "That's Mr. Hunger we are talking about." "Mr. who?" "Ladies, can you believe this?" He's asking who Mr. Hunger is. How unbelievable. Yeah. How can you now know the famous Mr. Hal Wellington, the #1 beautician in the Pino continent? His Majesty personally taught him years back, and over time, he has also created his own unique techniques and styles too. That's right. His fame is well known across the entire Pino continent, with hundreds and thousands of people coming in just to attend one of his seminars. He's also one of the most prominent figures in Baymard's School of Beauty. "Driver, you really disappoint me." "Do you know how scarce his seminars are?" "He holds them just 3 times a year, and tickets need to be booked way ahead of time for the event too, with people from all over the continent flocking to attend his seminars in a heartbeat." "Do you know how difficult and lucky it is to acquire a seat?" "Just look at us. We are from the Empire of Yoden, and for the past 2 years, we haven't been able to acquire these tickets at all no matter which seminar we tried to book. There are only 1,000 seats in the hall, and there are millions of women in the entire continent. So do you know how hard it is to find a seat? We even tried burning some tickets that were auctioned out, but other people beat us to it. But finally, luck was on our side. And now, we are finally here." "Ha ha ha, if I can get his autograph, I'll definitely frame it up and place it over my bed for good luck." "After all, it's not every day that I can see my celebrity idol in the flesh." Sigh. "Driver, like for real, are you even normal? How can you not know him?" "Girls, let's forget about him." "Oh my god, I've forgotten my compact mirror." "Darling, why are you ancient?" "People in the fashion world call it a looking glass, not a mirror." "Ugh. That's so in the 1010s. The year is 1027, darling. And we in the new age call it a looking glass. Only those out of the fashion world still call it a mirror." "How ancient?" Driver, who was adjusting his car mirror, These women definitely had some screws loose in their heads. The cab driver looked at the overly excited women at the back seat helplessly. Is it his fault that he didn't know who they were talking about? Countless people and cars could be seen making their way toward District D hastily. They had brought in their pens, books and even some makeup products to the seminar. Of course, Lucy, Mother Kim, Mother Winnie and Grace all headed to the event as well. Of course, they met up with some of their teacher friends before entering the venue. Damn, it was full to the brim. Of course, with the coming of TVs, Baymard already had its own cinema. That said, projectors weren't something strange. And in big seminars like this, projectors, cameras and speakers have already been set up so that those seated far away could still see and hear everything clearly. Mother Kim looked at the red illustrious seats that had a large board with their photos and names on it and waited for the workers to remove the picture board. "Your Highnesses, your seats." "Thank you," Mother Kim said, before sitting down. And just like that, everyone in their group chatted excitedly about seeing one of their idol celebrities. Even better, they had front row seats. Ha 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 ha. Life is good. And so just like that, the entire hall waited excitedly for their idol. Soon, it was time. Pleasant vibrant music came on, and the host stepped into the stage from the side. Everyone felt their hearts beating like a drum. As they stared onto the stage and projectors, they felt like crying. Mummy, after tears of fighting for tickets, they were finally here. Can there be a greater achievement in life than this? Welcome pretty guests to Mr. Handger's second seminar for the year. The Fix, the host said calmly. The people, on the other hand, were already clapping and hugging each other in tears, while shooing him away too. Clap, 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 clap. Is that the famous host Jongo? What? That's Jongo? Awesome. The host's jokes are really too funny. My belly hurts so much just from laughing. Ha 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 ha. Host, I'll admit that you're funny. But where's my handsome idol? No, I want to see my idol now. Host, hurry up and bring out our idol. Bring out Handger, 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 Handger. The crowd of impatient women crept chanting Handger's name as if it were some sort of ritual. And the poor famous host just chuckled at their impatient attitude. Jongo even began to doubt his own charm as a famous well-known celebrity host. But since this was a Handger seminar, he who had hosted it twice was used to the crowd's reaction. Right now, the handsome 27-year-old Mr. Handger who had legendary skills, were all these women are thinking about. Alright ladies and gents, please give a big round of applause for today's speaker, the young, talented and handsome Mr. Handger Wallington. Clap, 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 clap. Oh my god, he's so handsome. My idol is too stunning. Mr. Handger, be my girlfriend. No. Be my wife. I mean husband. Marry me instead. I'll raise you properly idol. Sister, can we raise him together? Damn it. Just seeing him can impregnate my eyes. How can he be so good looking? That's it. I'll never blink again. The crowd went wild with screams and comments when they saw Handger. This was a legend who broke the stereotype that men couldn't work in the beauty industry. Even though women had a deep sense of beauty, only men truly know what most men think is attractive. At first, they were unsure, but with his talents and unquestionable results, they were truly conquered. Now, this was their idol, and they were his die-hard fans. All hail idol Handger. As for the helpless Handger, he just waved, smiled, and calmed them down a bit. Now, it was time for the show to begin. Chapter 745 A New Age in Beauty. Clap, 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 clap. Handger waved and smiled gracefully at the enthusiastic audience. It's my honor to welcome everyone to my seminar, The Fix. And at the end of the seminar, everyone will receive a gift bag containing some free products which will assist you on your journey to beauty. Now, today, we'll focus on hair and makeup. And to assist me, will be the host, Mr. Jongo. Clap, clap, clap. And finally, my team. Handger said while gesturing towards the large red curtains. The curtains opened up revealing what looked like a beauty salon with some workers in it. The workers in pink uniforms bowed toward the audience excitedly. They were students of Baymad's Beauty Academy, which has been open for 2 years now. That's where the barbers, hairdressers, makeup artists, stylists and whatnot go if they wanted to learn all the new tricks and gimmicks. Be it learning about face shapes and what suited each person more, or every other important thing involved when working on a client, all these could be learned in the academy. The selected students who had been chosen to assist in this seminar were overly thrilled. This would undoubtedly act as a strong experience on their resumes. Plus they were working with Handger for F's sake. So how could they not be happy? Clap, 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 clap. Handger walked towards the salon and sat on the chair patiently. The seminar would take place like a play, with the host and himself narrating along. Dang! The lights around the audience dimmed greatly, leaving only the stage shining brightly. After all, they couldn't completely turn off the lights around the audience since some people would take notes. The murmurs in the brief died down and everyone unconsciously sat up properly while focusing on the stage as if their life depended on it. Very soft low-classy music on, which was very soothing to the ears. The music was low so that the narrator's voice wouldn't be overshadowed. Soon, a young bright girl of 15-16 years old walked onto the stage and looked at the saloon as if thinking about something. Of course, Host Jongo began his work as a narrator. Here we have young Mildred, who's passing a beauty parlor, where intelligent classy women pretty themselves up. This is no place for her, or is it? Go on Mildred, you already look like this. So what's the worst that could happen? As the narrator spoke, the girl acted as if she didn't want to go in, but in the end, she did. The crowd giggled a bit at Jongo's commentary. The girl, aka Mildred, almost broke her character too. Mildred walked in and the saloon parlor staff greeted her professionally and sat her down first. When you step into any beauty parlor in Baymard, the staff there will first do a little consultation with you. Note that since this seminar is on hair and makeup, the staff is now getting Mildred's requests right. Does she want a short hairdo? Is she looking for one of the fin summer hairdos in style? All these need to be answered before they begin. And as they work on her, they'll also give her advice as well, because it just so happened that they specialize in teaching women how to make the best of themselves. As for Mildred, she looks as if she could do with a good square meal, as well as a wash and brush up. But what do I know? Let's see what the experts have to say, Jongo said playfully, and the audience laughed again. A good square meal? Did she look like a starving person up there? Haha. Jongo, you are just too much. Hanga coughed to disguise his laugh before inspecting Mildred's hair. Of course, 2 cameramen were also stationed near him too, to project the best shots possible. Hanga spoke a bit about Mildred's hair and decided to trim the dead dried up ends at the bottom, as well as what key points they should be focusing on. From there, they had to focus on shampooing and conditioning the hair, and whenever he fell into silence, Jongo would come in for comic relief. So that's what makes their hair clean and shiny? TSK. You see Mildred, you just relax and they will make a gracious lady out of you yet. It's all part of the deception that film stars and women go through daily, just to convince the world that they really are beautiful. It truly is a hard life for them. Bahahaha. Jongo. No wonder this guy's comic shows always sell out. The show went on with everyone focusing on Mildred's hair. And since Mildred wanted a soft glamorous wavy look, rollers were inserted in her hair before it was dried with a salon-type hair dryer. From there, they wrapped a towel over her hair and laid her on a long facial massage chair. Of course, they had to spy makeup. But before that, they need to cleanse her skin properly. At this point, Hanga took the floor once again. Before any makeup, your skin must be thoroughly clean. Look yourself in your looking glass, and you will see the you that you want to be. Study yourself, and take note of all the areas that need more attention. Your beauty is one that has been blessed from the heavens. That's why there's no one in the world like you. So why try to look like someone else? Why be a replica? Your features are yours alone and should be highlighted. That's why you need to give your skin all the attention it needs. People often complain that even after that their skin looks dull and tired all year long. But here's a simplified version of why that happens. Immediately, the image on the projectors changed to an image that looked like a skin's dermis, epidermis and whatnot. This image is what is underneath your faces. Everyone was both shocked and curious. Could this be the secret to beauty? They all perked their ears attentively. Ladies, your skin has thousands of pores like wells that run deep down into it. And these tiny wells are constantly catching and holding dirt, grease, and soot from the air. More importantly, internal waste like sweat leaves the body through these holes. Additionally, the skin surface keeps shedding constantly because every day, a layer of fine new baby skin is created. So the old skin must be removed. And if that's not done, the skin will look dull and tired, leading to blackheads and pimples that will constantly break out too. That's why regular cleaning in the right way is a must. The audience's eyes lit up in surprise. So that's it. No wonder. They quickly took down notes as if they had learned some top secret information. Some of them secretly swore to take baths more frequently than ever too, at least once a day. Who would have known that they were responsible for their own ugliness? This is groundbreaking. Chapter 746 Danger Lurking in the Dark. Alright. Now, let's get back to dealing with Mildred's skin, Hanga said. He continued by describing all products he was using and why he used them. And for sure, Jongo still brought in his comical powers too. Oh, now, Our poor Mildred had some sort of face mask made with the toll of an egg. Ladies, you want to be beautiful, so you have to sit here and wait for the yolk to dry off. Hey, by now you'll give anything to be back out there with your dull face and your unkempt hair, wouldn't you? Everyone rolled their eyes at Jongo. They were women who were used to sitting and waiting for their hair and even their nails to be trimmed. So how was that torturous to them? They just giggled and listened to Handger, who was now taking the floor. It would take 10 minutes for the mask to dry off, so he had jumped into the second Q/U0026A segment during the seminar. Every time there was a wait like this, they just jumped right into Q/U0026A. These ladies asked questions that really bugged them, like if they should drink those beauty elixirs from other continents that have iron filings in them and so on. These Q/U0026A times were treated like holy periods. The seminar went on as usual with the ladies paying keen attention to Handger's every word, and soon, Mildred's makeup was won. Her soft glowy makeup highlighted all her most prominent features, making her look even more outstanding than she already was. Coupled with her new glamorous hairdo, she looked like a superstar. Even Jongo was amazed. Goodness. Is that our Mildred? Are we really witnessing a Cinderella scene with Mr. Handger being the fairy godmother? What transformation. Thank heaven that we persuaded her to go into the salon, or else, how would we have witnessed this miracle? Mildred almost glared at Jongo. Are you complimenting or insulting me? Which one? Everyone giggled helplessly too at his savagery. But all in all, they were amazed at Mildred's transformation. No doubt, she was already a pretty girl. But now, she looked like a movie star that was too eye-catching. Sure enough, Mr. Handger had golden hands. No wonder he was one of the most famous celebrity beauticians. How great would it be if this man could work on them too? There was another Q/U0026A before the seminar ended. For sure, Handger stayed behind for autographs before leaving. The ladies looked at their little gift parcels merrily. There were free samples of shampoo and other body and hair products, as well as a pen, small jotter, and a signed poster of Handger. Everyone screamed excitedly like little fangirls. Even the 45-year-old women were fanning out too. Oh my god, he actually gave us posters of himself? Awesome. HMHM. My friend attended the last seminar, and she said that the special gift then was a keychain with Handger's face on it. This time, we have a Handger freaking poster that has his full body and face. Do you see how lucky we are? Do you know how many people would kill for this poster? Damn, my husband is too good looking. _carrot. Everyone was just too excited right now. They had left their empires just for this presentation. And it was very helpful, as it covered so many topics and questions. Ha 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 ha. Coming here was definitely worth it. And so just like that, the beauty industry kept evolving across the Pioneer continent, with Baymard pioneering a new age. These ladies were extremely happy and satisfied the entire experience. But it wasn't just them who were over the moon. Far away from Baymard, someone else was also happy as well. The Empire of Corona. Laughter, giggles and all sorts of pleasuring sounds echoed out of a massive bedroom. The room itself looked like a work of art that any nobleman would be proud to live in. Its stony walls and high ceilings made one feel like a ling within its walls. And within this enormous room, a young man was currently drinking wine while watching 12 naked women make out before him. He sat on a comfortable chair with only his underwear on while gazing deeply at the women before him who could make any man hot. The women, on the other hand, continuously touched themselves and kept looking at him invitingly. But the more the man watched, the more his thoughts went somewhere else instead. More specifically, he was thinking of someone rather than something. The young man laughed coldly while thinking about his plans. Soon, he would have that woman crawling beneath him like a hungry SLT. The young man, he gulped down his drink and aggressively threw his cup to the ground. Crash. The man advanced towards all 12 women and allowed himself to drown in pleasure without paying any attention to the broken pieces on the floor. And while he was in complete ecstasy, a loud knock came from the door. Knock, knock. My lord, it's urgent. They've sent word. The man quickly paused his movements when he heard those words. He landed his final shots and calmly got up. Enter. With that, a young knight came smashing in and waited for his master to wear his robe. Of course, the ladies continued pleasuring themselves without a care in the world. The young knight then whispered into his master's ears before giving him a letter. 2 minutes passed by and the man revealed a victorious smile. He clenched the letter excitedly when he read its content. And who was the young man? Well, it was none other than Mr. Loverboy, His Highness Prince Sky. Penelope and that fatso would be getting married sometime in September. And since his forces were somewhat weak in the foreign continent, he had enlisted the help of some important people. They were the godfathers in the underground society within the Pino continent. Not many people knew of their existence, but those who knew felt only fear from them. They were something that any empire would have a hard time facing, and with their help, killing Penelope and her entire family would be child's play. Who asked them to throw him out of the palace? Yes, the entire royal family had to die since they stood by and watched Penelope embarrass him. However, he didn't want to kill her yet. He wanted to humiliate and turn her into a dog that would obey his every command. Death was too good for her. She had to lick his feet and live like a toy for his men her entire life. He wanted her to beg for death instead of life. That was what she deserved. She owed him this much. Just thinking about her future made Sky smile cruelly. On Penelope's wedding day to that fatso, they would make their move. Penelope, oh Penelope, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 747 Mission, Yoden Capital City, Baymard. Landon cross-checked several documents in his office in silence. The loud ticking sounds from his office clock seemed to be hurrying him up hastily. Tick, 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 tick. He glanced at the wall clock and placed his pen to the side. It was time to go. Today, he had to see Sirius and Esther. One should know that ever since his missions were assigned by the system, Landon had been warping to Yoden, as well as to Deiferus. Henry's father would die months from now, so he had already sent Henry and his men off towards one of Henry's hideouts that was very close to Deiferus' capital city. There, they were to wait for his soldiers, who would assist him too. That's right. When the soldiers who escorted Mikhail to Tariq come back, he will give them a short holiday and send out another team to Deiferus. They would work alongside Henry and if possible and deal with his entire family all at once. Time was of the utmost importance right now, since he had the entire Pino continent had to be safe and properly united. That said, the treaties had to have been made public by then. But the problem was that Henry, as well as Sirius, didn't have everything under control yet. There were dangerous people in their empires that would take advantage of Baymard's kindness through the treaty, which might eventually end up harming innocent people instead. Additionally, Henry's forces weren't much to begin with. So if he wanted to keep Henry alive, as well as keep his own head, he needed to take care of some major powers around. Of course, he would leave the minor ones for Henry to deal with. But the hidden underground power needed to be dealt with fast. As for Cyrus and Esther who were in Yoden, their situation was very urgent. Unlike Henry who had time on his hands before his attack, these two only have 2 weeks left before the enemy ambushes them. They were currently traveling to one of their public estates far away from Yoden's capital city, so the enemy was ready for them in hiding. But was this really the end of it? Of course not. The system had set him up. Landon knew that this wasn't the end, because the enemy had only sent a tiny fraction of its power to deal with them. But for Yoden's future, the enemy had to be completely uprooted from the ground. That meant that they had to attack all of the enemy's secret bases before the end of the year. In short, all this needed to be done before the first United Nations meeting took place. The missions the system gave him might have looked simple. However, there were more than 20 things that needed to be done before the end of the year, which meant that his men had to get into action and destroy all these bases. Again, one might think that they were at a disadvantage for doing all these jobs, but do you know how rich they would be? All the treasure in these bases would be theirs. One should know that these underground forces have existed for decades, which also meant that they were loaded. That said, after dealing with them, The trucks could drive to and fro from the base to the ships just to transport these goods, and all this can be done in a matter of days. Moreover, even if some members of these powerful forces get wind of their base's destruction and send backup, by the time they get there, several weeks and months might have already gone by. All in all, Baymard's wealth, as well as his personal wealth, would undoubtedly triple. But all of this would be used for development and whatnot. Of course, he also decided to leave 15% of the wealth in these bases to Sirius and Henry in hopes that they used it to better the lives of their people. 15% might look small, but in actuality, it was a lot more. These societies that have existed all this while would undoubtedly have rooms filled with treasure. And from what knew from the system, Deiferus and Jotun had the same underground society which had successfully invaded both empires for decades now. In total, there were 23 bases combined, so the wealth from them would be jaw-dropping. Landon calmly locked his documents in his drawer and changed his outfit to that of a ninja's, and poof, just like that, he disappeared into thin air. Grapple City, the Empire of Jotun. The night was dark and alive, like a beautiful picture. The glowing stars seemed like a promise of life within this dark blanket. The clear starry sky revealed a vastness that made one drown in wonder. The stars shone, the night creatures sang, and the gentle breeze flew across the land. A young man stared at the starry sky for a bit, before walking away from his window. And in this brightly lit room, apart from himself, there was another young man whose entire attention was on a massive serving of food. From large servings of chicken legs to bins, applause and whatnot. The skinny young man ate his fill merrily. It was truly unbelievable that such a skinny person could eat this much. But make no mistake, this skinny person was Terrican Crown Prince Esther, who was blessed with a strength that far exceeded normal warriors. And the other man who left the window earlier was none other than King Sirius, who was blessed with an incredible mind too. Brother, there's no way that Brother Landon would face any danger when getting here. So stop worrying. This is Brother Landon we are talking about. Even an entire army wouldn't be able to kill him. Brother Landon is a superhero, Esther said merrily with his mouth full. Sirius looked at him speechlessly before sighing. Why did this brother of his lack general common sense? Superheroes weren't real. Okay, this brother of his was just something else. In fact, if Sirius was back on Earth and saw Luffy from One Piece, he would immediately shout out that Esther was exactly like that. Their characters were too alike. How could someone be this dense? Sirius was just about to join Esther, but then, he paused and quickly turned towards the window. Bam! A man in black jumped into the room through the window. At first, Sirius was vigilant. But the moment Landon pulled down his black face mask, Sirius was relieved. Even though he knew that it was Landon, it was still always better to be sure than sorry. Both Esther and Sirius went over to hug their brother. Of course, Esther chose to bump chests with Landon rather than hug him, since his hands were full. This was their own special way of greeting each other. One could only blame Esther for always holding food everywhere they met. This guy must have been a black hole in his last life. The guy's belly was just bottomless. Brother Landon, you're here. Of course. Since I told you all to wait for me in this city, then how can I not come? What about your mission here in Jotun? Are your men all right? Brothers, everything is fine, Landon said while rubbing his nose awkwardly. He had told them that he was here with his men in Jotun for a secret mission, which kind of explained why he was out here. So all this time, they thought that he had been staying here. Likewise, Henry and Deiferus thought the same too. He couldn't possibly tell them that he magically teleported here, could he? Sigh. He lived the life of a liar. The pleasantries were over, and within a flash, Sirius quickly closed his windows and double-checked if their doors were locked as well. Now, it was time to get down to business. Chapter 748 Mission. Jotun to Landon and Sirius helplessly gathered around Esther, who refused to leave the table of food. Brother Landon, I've read the document you gave last time, and in truth, I'm utterly shocked. I never knew that my stepmother was this powerful. The last time she attacked me, I thought that she might have just gotten lucky. But who would have thought that the woman who is known as the weakest lady in Yoden was a wolf in sheep's clothing? If your reports are correct, then that means that she intends to deal with the entire royal family mercilessly within these next few years. Still, what I don't understand is why she had to wait this long if she was this powerful. Sirius asked curiously. Without a doubt, that woman probably wanted to aim all their forces at him first, since he was already ruler of Yoden. From there, she would probably relax a bit and then deal with those who would probably succeed him. But if she had this power, then why wait till now? That's because her brother wasn't who he is today. Her brother from your reports? The deadly Master K? Yes, it's because of him. You see, he had been fighting internally within this secret society for over 20 years now. And it was only recently that he truly succeeded and became the head of the entire society. He's now in control and can do away with anyone he chooses. He is the Temple of Dragmas Supreme Ruler, whose real name is unknown. He's someone who made his predecessors shrivel in fear. And now, he wants to use his nephew and his followers to take over the entire of Yoden, as well as the Maw of Daeforus. And to do that, he needs to get rid of some stumbling blocks like you, brother. That said, you're lucky that they didn't find out about your capabilities before you became king. Because if they did, no matter how busy Master K was, you would have been dead by now. Fortunately, they focused more on your older siblings rather than you. What? Listening to Landon, Sirius, who also looked calm, was actually in turmoil underneath it all. How powerful were they? Blood pumped through his heart when he envisioned this mighty underground society. What made him a little bit fearful was that he only heard about them from his father on his coronation day. No one seemed to know a lot about this powerful underground society, not even his father. All he knew was that the royal family had been sending them money yearly for the past 400 years. But where did they come from and who were they? This Temple of Dragmas was definitely a strong enemy. He initially thought that he would be able to change Yoden in his time as ruler, but looking at the power he was up against, he couldn't help but worry a bit. Landon saw through his worries and smiled. Brother, rest assured, I'll be helping you, so there's no need to worry about this plague. In short, before November 1st, this problem of yours will be over. Sirius quickly cleaned his ears and thought that he heard Landon wrong. This society has been in existence for over 400 years now. So how could it be destroyed just like that? It was impossible. Maybe he heard wrong, right? Yes, that should be it. His ears weren't working properly. Brother, I'm sorry. Did you just say November 1st? Yup. Oh, you mean November 1st, 10 years from now, right? Nope. November 1st, this year. But, that's just 4.5 months away. HMHM. It will be done. _00. Forget it. This brother of his was insane. Aster, who had been merrily eating his food, quickly turned his attention to the troubled Sirius. If Brother Landon says that it can be done, then it can be done. After all, Brother Landon is a superhero. Ha 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 ha. That right, Brother Sirius, I'm a superhero. So why are you worried? T_T. Sirius looked at the duo helplessly. Here he was worrying and cracking his brain on how to solve his issue, while these nincompoops just ate happily without a care in the world. He even began wondering if Landon had been affected by Aster's carefree disease. Sigh. Landon said so. Maybe he had a plan? Landon chucked and tapped Sirius' shoulders playfully. Brother, I was born to win. So how can I make promises that I'm not sure of? Trust me, this isn't a problem for me. Fine. But just make sure that you don't get hurt. Of course, brother. Good. That said, do you need any help? Yes, but not in the way that you're thinking. My men will fight the major battles. But I need you and your team to arrest all nobles who are members of this underground society. Most of them are based in the capital and major cities around Yoden, and I have a list of all of them. In using their crimes, it will be solely your job to give them punishment based on their crimes. Hey, it looks like your Baymardian prison will welcome new members again. That said, do you have a female sector? I'm guessing it's for some of your stepmothers, right? Don't worry. We have a female prison too. So they should feel right at home when they get there. Ha 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 ha. That's good. As for the families of those nobles who are members of the temple, they won't get any punishment since they might not know anything about this temple. After all, if someone as well-resourced like myself didn't know about it, it's less likely that their families might. I think so too, Landon said while nodding. Of course it was true. Sirius didn't know this, but there was a rule that only those initiated into the temple could know about it. The only exception was Yoden's ruler, who had to send money to the temple's finance minister, who also happened to be a well-known noble in the capital. That said, the rulers still didn't get any knowledge about the temple. They just knew that it was powerful. The temple had separate public buildings that were nowhere near their hidden bases. These public buildings were used for loaning money, taking in slaves and whatnot. Funny enough, these public buildings had a different temple name which everyone knew of, but no one would have thought that it was related to such a hidden underground sect. In short, the Temple of Dragmas acted like Batman in a sense. In the day, in the public eye, Bruce Wayne, and at times, it was Batman. It used its dual identity to get by throughout these years. Only those initiated in its temple knew of its hidden secrets. Brothers, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about the incoming attack 2 weeks from now. Here's what we are going to do. Chapter 749 War Sirens. The capital city, Baymard. Landon woke up the next day and went straight to the barracks. Now that he had properly laid out his plans with Sirius and Aster, he would leave the rest to them and only show up 2 weeks from now as planned. The attack wasn't going to happen anytime soon, so there was nothing else for him to do. Again, when looking at Henry's situation in Deiferus, nothing could be done yet since Henry was on his way towards the capital. With that said, Landon decided to focus his attention on his own empire. Today's weather was hot and bright. The bright sun rays shine brilliantly on the green trees, making it seem somewhat magical. The hammer weather brought the children out, as many licked ice cream, drank juice and ate all sorts of mouth-watering goodies as they strolled around the capital city. Some went shopping, while others seemed to be out on an adventure trip. Landon drove by and looked at the scene with a smile on his face. Baymard had really changed from what it used to be. Of course, without a doubt, Landon stopped by a drive-thru and ordered a large cup of apple juice. With that, he left straight for the barracks. Kachak Pap. Landon got out of his vehicle and was greeted by a few superiors who were waiting for him. Good morning, Your Majesty. Morning, Your Majesty. Morning, morning, morning. Landon nodded at them and walked ahead, while they followed behind him calmly. Report. Is everything ready? Yes, Your Majesty. All preparations have been made. Now, we're only waiting for your orders. Good. Ready the special force units for action. It's time to see which one is the strongest, Landon said calmly with a sly smile on his face. With that, the superiors walked behind Landon excitedly. It was that time of the year again. Let the games begin. As for the game in question, well, it was more like a surprise competition to see which special force unit is the strongest. Why a surprise? Because they should be prepared at all times. Anything could happen. That said, over the years, the barrack has been expanding exponentially, with many new sectors popping up. District B was solely meant for the military, police and other forces in Baymard. So with the massive land, of course, each force was going to expand itself. That was why several new military estates were built for all 5 major special brigades, team of 5,000 soldiers, in the barracks, the Black Scorpios, Red Eagles, Blue Swans, Poison Lily and Cloud Fists. There, they lived and trained differently from the rest and underwent more intense pain than the rest. Getting into these special forces weren't easy. So of course it was much more work. Again, each brigade was led by a brigade general and had 7-10 battalions, which were groups of 300 or more soldiers. Of course, there were also many platoons too. In short, these units were typically the ones that Landon chose when sending people out for major missions. As for minor missions like going into the newly developed territories and guarding the people, those who weren't in the special forces could pick up those missions too. Anyway, in order to determine which brigade was the best, a competition was in order. But the trick was that none of the men chosen for the exam knew about it, since it was a surprise exam. No one knew when the examination would occur, except those above. "Oh, you all seem overly confident about your brigades. Your Majesty, my Cloud Fist will come out on top this time." "So of course I'm confident. Please, how can you guys surpass my Red Eagles?" "Hey, Miriam, I didn't know that you were such a dreamer." "Why do you say HMPH?" "Okay dog. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Just watch and see how my Blue Swan cleans you up later." "Don't say I didn't warn you." "Are you both dreaming?" "It's obvious that my Poison Lily will be the winning of this year's competition." "So why are you both deceiving His Majesty?" "Black Scorpio, Red Eagle, Cloud Fists, _ Both male and female superiors argued confidently while following behind Landon. It was time to watch the show. The Black Scorpio Brigade, District B. Din, 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 din. The sounds of many people's footsteps could be heard all across the massive estate. Sweaty soldiers were currently jogging behind their supervisor. A normal person would have already fallen and panted in fatigue by now. But not them. They had been training their stamina ever since they got into this special brigade, so they still held up very well even at this moment. Of course, within the first few months here, they truly felt like they had fallen into hell. They were trained non-stop with no ounce of kindness. There was even a time when their superior told them to take a break and have something to eat, but none of them dared to do so. After all, their devil supervisors had given them laxatives before and blamed them for relaxing their vigilance. They didn't know where to cry or pity themselves for not being able to beat up their supervisors. Nonetheless, it was all worth it because when they went out on missions they clearly saw the difference between themselves and their enemies. "What's going on? Are you all here to joke around? Why are you all slowing down? Keep up the pace." "Yes, sir." Din, 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 din. Thomas, who was running beside his friend, gritted his teeth and steadily followed the rest in formation. But soon, the sounds of sirens went off. "Toot. What's going on?" One of the new recruits were puzzled, while the expressions of the old members changed. "Battle sounds? Could it be?" Their eyes flashed with excitement when they heard the siren. The yearly battle was about to begin. Chapter 750 Going All In. The siren echoed over the camp, making the entire place tense. The brigade camp was somewhat far from the barracks and the other brigade camps. Again, each brigade camp was separated by forest areas, clear fields and whatnot, so only they could hear the siren alarm. Everyone's nerves were on edge. "Everyone, assemble immediately." "You fool! What are you still doing there in a daze? Head over to the equipment facility and tell those that to prepare." "Soldier, are you asking for death? Why are you just coming now? Do you want to die in my hand today?" "Get in line now." Din, 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 din. The troops jumped out from all sorts of locations in a flash, be it from the dormitories, training grounds or even the cafeteria. Everybody rushed over as if their lives depended on it. They assembled in silence, with their face looking solemn. The assembly was quick and brief, but everyone got the gist of it. "Men, we have two missions. Mission 1, take control of all enemy bases, and Mission 2, prevent others from taking control of our base." I've already called out the company's team of 250 soldiers that will be in charge of infiltrating all 4 enemy bases. All companies will secure the enemy bases until the end, while everyone else will stay behind and guard the base. Military commands are laws and should be carried out with seriousness. So I don't want to hear any complaints from your team captains and leaders about disobedience. That said, operations begin at 10 a.m. on the dot. It's 8:27 a.m. now, so use the remaining time to plan wisely. I'm this year's competition. We, the Black Scorpio Brigade, must win. The competition will officially come to an end at 7 p.m. prompt, so do your best. Now, go get equipped. Yes, sir. With that, everyone ran off with excitement. Even those who had just stopped training felt even more energetic instead. Those going out to infiltrate the other bases started strategizing in accordance with the map they had at hand. Likewise, those staying behind also come up with their own plans too. For those in the base, the most important thing is to guard their commander, who will be staying in the monitoring room with his walkie-talkie. as well as several other tech soldiers. But even though there were cameras in their base, some blind spots did exist. So more soldiers were sent to guard those areas. Of course, their cameras only capture what went down in their base. That said, they had no way of knowing about their soldiers' welfare once they left the base. They could only contact them with their walkie-talkies. Of course, that wasn't the case for Landon and the superiors. They had their military camera crews camouflaged within the forest region so that they could see how each team did. This way, they could find out their flaws and correct them too. And when the competition ends, everything that took place in the forest and the bats will be put together and sent to each base. They had to know why they failed or ended up victorious. This would definitely aid them when they leave for missions. The troops hastily equipped themselves and also boarded more weapons in trucks as well. Quick, get into the truck and drive towards the south end. Those Red Eagle are tricky. Last year, they destroyed us by entering through the south side. But this year, we won't give them a chance, said one of the soldiers, who was clenching his practice gun with a depressed face. They had to get prepared before 10 a.m. Trucks were moving in all directions, and some people hugely dug holes just outside their holes just to lay in traps. Some also cleverly disguised themselves and laid in wait for any that would try sneaking in. The military dogs were released within their camp, and the hot air balloons were raised. The men in the hot air balloons held their binoculars over their eye and continuously circled their base, as if they were on choppers. The whole thing was a tad bit too much. But they didn't care. This year, they wanted vengeance, especially against those Red Eagle bastards. They gritted their teeth and continued making more preparations. This time, they would win for sure. Wayne, who was one of the team captains, stood by the exit attentively along with his team. They were assigned to infiltrate the Poison Lily Brigade. And now, they were just waiting for the signal to move out. The siren went off and everyone took deep breaths. 10A.M. Move out, move out, move out. Immediately, Wayne led his team hastily, while other teams also went their own way too. Time was of the essence here, so they had to move fast. Everyone was ready for action. Wayne led his team into the forest region stealthily. Come in, Air Force 7. Do you see any enemies yet? No, 4T. The coast is clear for now. Over. As Wayne led his team, he also communicated with the hot air balloon team too. They were currently circling the forest while using their binoculars to spot enemy teams. But they weren't the only ones doing this. The enemy also had its own air force in the sky too, so they had to advance without getting caught. Or else, the enemy could just pinpoint their location and have others rush their way. The most incredible thing is that those in the hot air balloons were allowed to shoot those below. But those below couldn't shoot at the hot air balloons. After all, no one wanted them to have any accidents in the sky. Their main job was to keep a lookout on things and keep their comrades safe. Just from this alone, one could see that this year's competition was going to be fierce. Well, they weren't too worried. This was what they had been training for all this while. And now, they were ready to win. Chapter 751. The Black Scorpio Brigade. Wayne and his team ventured out for 20 more minutes before spotting a red enemy hot air balloon from afar. Damn it. It was actually the Red Eagles. Each camp had a particular hot air balloon color. Of course theirs was black since they were literally the Black Scorpions. Anyway, if they were spotted, then these would give out their locations to their comrades in ground. And before they knew it, the enemy would ambush them. Wayne's eyes flickered meaningfully. Everyone hide. Enemy Air Force at 3 o'clock. Pap, shoop. Immediately, some of them hid behind the trees, while others got in the bushes instead. Thanks to their already camouflaged look, blending in with their surroundings wasn't that hard. Bryce, move slowly. Yes, Captain, said another soldier who chose to hide behind a tree. While that seemed like a good idea, it wasn't that great when dealing with the air forces. One should know that they had a wider view of things up in the sky, and as they advance, they would be able to see more angles around the tree, so Bryce had to move around the tree as well to hide from them. The enemy was almost above them now, with their binoculars in hand. His breathing became heavy as he slowly moved around the tree according to the hot air balloon flying pace. And when the balloon left, Everyone stayed in hiding for a bit more before leaving their hiding place. Captain, thank you. No problem. Even though you're new to the brigade, don't worry. You'll learn more with time. Just do your best. Yes, Captain Wayne. I won't let you down. Good. Wayne looked at the young confident soldier and chuckled when he remembered his first time participating in the competition. Ah, how time flies. Wayne continued leading his team onwards stealthily. They ran through the first for a bit more, before suddenly getting a hasty warning. This is Air Force 7, come in 4T. Come in, 4T here. What's the situation? 2 enemy teams are heading your way 4T. I repeat, 2 enemy teams are heading your way. One coming in at 40 o'clock and the other at 70 o'clock. From the looks of things, you only have 5 minutes before they arrive. Copy that. Over. Everyone frowned when they heard the warning. They had just 5 minutes. Could an enemy air force have spotted and sent their teams to us? Once both teams get a hold of us, then we're sure to be at a disadvantage. Their air force team might have informed them about our exact location. No, I don't think so. I've been on sky duty ever since we left the base, and all this time, I'm 90% sure that no enemy air force has spotted us so far. That could be true, but there's still a 10% chance that they did see us. So we have to take action with all this in mind. One of the soldiers nodded. I propose that we go another direction and try losing them. If that's the case, then you all go. I'll block them and lead them down another path. No, we won't leave anyone behind. I agree. Moreover, running away might actually end up badly instead. In the case that we weren't noticed by them, doing so will only bring us exposure to other enemies if we were to keep running away frantically. That said, more air forces might spot us instead. But if we choose to stay behind and fight, then we have a better chance of winning this. Alright, let's stay behind. Guys, we only have 3 minutes and 20 seconds before they arrive. Damn it, we're running out of time. Captain, what do we do? Everyone faced Wayne, who had been deep in thought all this time. Wayne smiled slyly and gathered them around. We have a greater chance of coming out of this if we stay. So here's the plan. Shrew, 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 shrew. The faint sounds of rustling scrubs were getting somewhat louder and louder if one listened very attentively. Soon, a team from the Cloud Fist Brigade stealthily moved past the forest. But unbeknownst to them, one of the teams from the Blue Swan Brigade was secretly chasing them. Their air force had been reporting the enemy's location to them. So they decided to go after the enemy and wipe them clean. All in all, both teams knew nothing about the Black Scorpio team that was lurking in the shadows. Everyone stop. Captain Bengo from the Cloud Fist Brigade hastily raised his hands to call for silence. Did you all hear that? Hear what? Captain, did you hear something? Some of the soldiers asked while vigilantly looking around. The silent Bengo decided to trust his instincts instead. As someone who had gone out on missions a lot, he more than anyone else knew the importance of his instincts. Just now, he had felt some unknown gazes on him. Maybe it was a rabbit or even a frog. But no matter what, he preferred to take precautions first. Soon, his eyes flicked uneasily. Everyone, hide now. Bang. The moment he ducked, several bullets were launched his way. These bullets were special training ones that had a metal casing on them with the top of the bullet containing paint in a plastic covering. So if they got hit, the paint would splash on them, meaning that they were dead. That said, this was a competition and dead men tell no tales. Some of the enemy soldiers were hit, while others had narrowly escaped death. The enemy captain readied his own ammunition too. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew left and right, with some people rolling on the ground and taking cover behind the trees. Who was it? Who had ambushed them? Ha 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 ha. Bengo, what are the chances of us meeting here? Ugh. Why's your face do red? Scully, you bastard. You dare sneak up on me and call yourself my best friend? Sigh. Seeing how angry you are, will you still be buying me lunch later today? Screw you. Just shut up and die. Bang. Apostrophe. So, is that a no? Die. Bang, 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 bang. Underscore. Chapter 752. Pitiful shield soldiers. Bullets flew left, right and center. as both enemy teams went at it like crazy. Die. Ugh, damn it. I'm hit on the arm. I'm still alive, but I need medical attention. Judging from the injury, I should still be able to battle a bit. These shot at me all at once. And now, I have 7 bullets in me. Sigh. I'm dead. Die. Blue swans. Die. Cloud fists. Bang, 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 bang. Carrot. The entire battleground and intense, as both sides caught their hardest. Bengo, who had been trying to kill Scully all this time, soon spotted some of his men who were in a bad situation. These guys had been too focused on what was in front of them, which wasn't their fault since the enemy chose to apply more pressure at their front. And because of this, they didn't realize that more enemies were sneaking behind them in camouflage. The enemy's plan was probably to infiltrate their side and pretend to be on their team. So if they shot at him now, Benko and the rest would notice and fight them back. That was probably why they chose to first approach the soldiers on that side quietly. One should know that their team was made up of 80 people. And even though Bengo had taken his time before the competition to know each of them facially, during a battle, some circumstances might lead them to make mistakes. Especially when shooting. One should know that their team was just assembled this morning. So some of them had just been acquainted with each other today. They might have heard of each other since some were too famous within the barracks, but in a large camp that had thousands of people in different departments like the logistics department and whatnot, many might not have had the chance to intertwine with each other. That said, for the competition, all brigades had slightly different uniforms. Firstly, even though all teams wore green camouflage uniforms, the uniforms were different shades of green. Again, some teams have to wear soft military canvas hats, while others wore hard canvas hats. There were little signs here and there to differentiate them, but the differences were so minute that one might not necessarily notice anything. Still, this was all part of their training. As military personnel, it was important for them to have a good and keen eye for observation. So if they ended up shooting their own team, then that was their fault. Because in real-life situations, the enemy might try to hide by dishing themselves as part of their team. Likewise, during some missions, tens of thousands might be sent out all at once, which would make it extremely difficult for them to recognize each other facially. Again, during the missions that they had to wear camouflage paint on their face, recognizing each other would be harder than before. So what do they do then? Observing the little detail that makes up a true Baymardian soldier or those in their teams was a must. Because just like the Emperor in the Milan movie said, a single grain of rice might tip the scale. So they shouldn't give that grain a chance. Seeing how the enemy was trying to infiltrate their side, without a doubt, Bengo took action. Everyone, focus on the situation at the back and the front. Argo, Hermione, Eve, Tessa. You four, follow me. With that, the soldiers sprung into action heroically, and as they advanced, Bengo swiftly told them the exact location of the camouflaged men. Bang, 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 bang. Eve quickly fired her bullets at the enemy while stealthily running towards a huge fallen tree log. She quickly took cover behind the log, and placed her elbows over it while shooting like crazy. Bang, 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 bang. Cover blown, cover blown. The enemy has noticed us. The hidden Blue Swan men were taken aback when they got injured, and before they could even realize it, they were already dead. Had they just been shot by the famous mad girl Eve? Well, it makes sense then. Legend has it that she had never missed a single shot right from the minute she got recruited as a soldier. Her eyesight and skills of prediction were just over the roof. The fallen men looked at her in awe, before smiling bitterly when they saw her target their living comrades. She ran forward in a zigzag manner, shot a few enemy soldiers, and swiftly positioned herself behind one of them. And just like that, she used the poor dead guy as a shield. Bang, 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 bang. The enemy still fired shots mercilessly, and the poor dead guy who was currently used as a shield truly felt like crying. Can you guy be merciful? Didn't you know that I'm not actually dead in real life? So why would you all shoot so many bullets at me? It hurt like hell. Even without looking at it, he knew that his body would be covered with several dark purplish bruises at the end of this. The pain was so intense that he almost yelled at his own teammates. but dead men tell no tales. So all he could do was continue his part as a shield. He couldn't help but curse his luck. Of all the soldiers, why him? His comrades silently lit a candle for him in their hearts. R.I.P. bro. After using her shield to the best of her capabilities, Eve stopped the dead weight, rolled on the ground, jumped behind trees and did all sorts of moves while shooting at the enemy. The enemy on the other hand felt powerless against this celebrity soldier, especially the dead soldiers who now lay down in prayers, hoping that she wouldn't use them as shields. At the same time, they still marveled at her moves and swift thinking. As expected of Mad Girl Eve, their comrades didn't stand a chance against her. Bang, 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 bang. Carrot. Chapter 753. Team Ace's unwillingness. The battle went on for a bit with both sides constantly giving each other fatal damages. For this competition, they had to target the enemy's vital points. And even when they sent bullets towards non-vital places like their arms and legs, they still needed to shoot them over and over again. Because in real life, someone could still survive from any gun wound on their arms. So they could keep shooting other places until it was estimated that the target died from excess loss of blood or something. At the moment, even though both sides were losing, Bengo knew that if this continued, then they would be wiped out. So the best thing to do was to fall back and retreat. It might sound cowardly, but it was way better to live to fight another day. Or in this case, another hour. After all, their primary objective had always been to infiltrate the Black Scorpio Brigade. But who would have known that they would be ambushed and lose more than 90% of their men here? No, he had to escape with those alive immediately. Firstly, they had to contact their base and relay the situation to them. They might be asked to retreat or advance with a new infiltration plan in mind. Nonetheless, staying here was only delaying their motion and killing them off. At the same time, with that in mind, Bengo strategically shot the enemies while making his way towards each teammate who was still alive. Eve, smoke bombs. Roger that, sir. Tessa, lead everyone to the back. Got it, Captain. With everyone aware of the plan, Bengo quickly gave Eve and Teresa the signal. Poof, over 12 smoke bombs were thrown out all at once by Eve and some other soldiers. The entire black became a cloud of thick mist, which was perfect for their escape. But they had to hurry up because since this was done outdoors, the smoke would clear up faster than usual. The enemy, which was now immersed in smoke, first took cover, just in case Bengo and the rest planned to kill them since they knew their positions. Ha 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 ha. Scully, who was hiding behind a tree, laughed sheepishly. They escaped. But how could he let them get away? Unlike Bengo, his team wasn't tasked with infiltration. Nope, he was here to take care of other teams who might possibly be on their way to infiltrate his base. And even though Bengo was his best friend, these were times of war, buddy. So friendship could wait. As soon as he realized that they planned to escape, he immediately called all Air Force teams to see which one was close by. Air Force B1, do you see them? Wait a moment. Damn, they almost had me fooled right now. If not for their mistake right now, I wouldn't have been able to tell that they were there. They're headed towards 60 o'clock. Got it. Thanks. Just keep pretending as if you didn't notice them while keeping an eye on them. The team and I will be there shortly. No problem, Team Ace. I'll keep you updated if anything changes. Over and out. Scully laughed when he thought of how angry Bengo would be if he still showed up before him again. It almost felt like he was targeting Bengo. And judging from his friend's temper, it would be a miracle if he wasn't punched in the face after this competition. More importantly, did this mean that he won't be getting that free meal that Bengo promised 2 days ago? The smoke finally cleared out and Scully and the rest of the team who were still alive gathered in secret. After all, some enemy air force might be flying over them, so they had to be careful. As for the dead, they removed their helmets and took out the red scarves in their pockets. Each soldier was given 3 scarves which were supposed to be worn around their heads and arms once dead. From there, they would go back to their bases silently. They could retire in the dormitories, continue their training and do whatever they wanted, but they had to wear these scarves until the end of the competition. Again, They couldn't alert or inform their comrades or those in the base about what they saw. So even if they were in their base and saw several enemies sneaking in, they couldn't do anything about it. Scully and those alive gathered around and quickly came up with a new plan before attacking Pengo. But unbeknownst to them, they still had more enemies lurking in the dark. Wayne's eyes narrowed dangerously while laying low in the tall grass. Previously, both enemy teams had been moving in from the 4 and 7 o'clock positions. So they just backed away from the scene towards the 10 o'clock position and watched. Some of them had been in the thick bushy trees, while others chose the ground instead. And like a tiger hunting its prey, the moment the smoke bombs were released, Wayne and a few others had moved in stealthily. Now, they were just waiting for the right time to act. They moved closer, silently brought out their weapons and aimed at their targets. Bang, bang, bang. What? Scully was in a daze when he realized that he had been shot at the back of his neck twice. "You're dead," said a mysterious voice. "Who?" Scully turned around instantly and came face to face with Wayne, who was playfully strolling in with his team. His eyes opened wide in shock at the sheer number of people walking towards him. "These people have been here all this time?" Even though he was dead, he was truly unwilling. If Pengo saw this, he would undoubtedly thank the braver hero who killed him off. "Thank you, brother, thank you." Wayne wasted no time after killing off Scully and his team. With that, they had to leave as soon as possible. With that, they were off. But the money they left, Air Force B-1 contacted Scully. "Come in, Team Ace, come in." New update on the enemy. "Come in, Team Ace." Scully looked at his walkie-talkie helplessly. How could he reply when he was dead? He truly felt unwilling to die like this. The enemy had taken him down without him killing off anyone from the enemy's side. Wasn't this just too shameful? One of Scully's men felt the same way. 1 minute they had escaped death, and the next all their hopes had been killed off. So how could they be willing? If they were truly dead, they knew that their souls would have turned into ghosts right now and hunt the living daylight out of Wayne and the rest of those Black Scorpio bastards. How hateful. "Team Ace, come in. Team Ace, Team Ace, Team Ace." Sigh. "It couldn't be that you all have been killed off, right?" Chapter 754. Infiltrating the base. Scully and his men cried pitifully while wearing their red scarves of defeat. As for Wayne and his team, they continued stealthily for about an hour more. They avoided others, and also lost 6 people from their group, bringing them down to 74 in number. All in all, they were still happy about their results, and soon, they arrived around the east side of the Poison Lily Brigade. Some of the defeated enemies who had just arrived at their base saw Wayne and his men sneak in, but because they were dead, they couldn't say anything at all. So they could only watch as these infiltrated their base. Of course, Wayne didn't put them in his eyes because they were dead. What was the point of worrying whether a dead person could see them or not? They couldn't report them, so why bother hiding from them? Anyway, before coming in, they took care of some enemy spies hiding on the trees and bushes. Of course, it wasn't easy to catch or even spot these spies. They turned off their walkie-talkies and waited for another 48 minutes in silence until they heard the enemy's walkie-talkie go off instead. One of the enemy spies received a message from his base and passed the information to the other spies around. It was through this brief conversation that Wayne and the rest managed to roughly estimate where the rest of the spies were. They weren't absolutely sure of their thoughts, but still decided to go for it. So all 74 of them broke off and attacked according to their plan. They had to be fast and precise so that the enemy wouldn't alert the base. That's why they moved like a lion hunting its prey. Again, rather than letting these spies go, they tied them up instead. Because if they left now, they might alarm their comrades to check out the situation here. After all, these men were supposed to be spies who alerted their base if intruders had bypassed the base's east side. That said, if the enemy saw these spies walk into the base as dead people, wouldn't that mean that some team had managed to bypass their east side? Thinking like that, Wayne tied the spies up mercilessly and hid them behind a thick bush. For sure, he left 4 of his men with them and instructed these men to use the enemy's walkie-talkie to assure the enemy's base that they were fine. So at least for now, no one will know that they had infiltrated the base. With that, Wayne and 69 soldiers vigilantly snuck into the base amidst the eye of the dead enemies in the camp. Din, 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 din. The soldiers quickly took cover behind several buildings hastily. Now Wayne and the rest had already separated into teams of 3 according to the plan and were on their separate ways. Of course, they weren't too worried because they had swapped uniforms with the dead men that had been earlier on. So all they had to do was act natural and avoid conversation with others, for fear of getting caught. One should know that the enemy soldiers were still Baymardian soldiers who had been trained to observe and notice spies all around. So they knew that the moment they engaged with the enemy in conversation, then they would definitely get caught. For now, they only talked amongst themselves to ease out any suspicions. No talking with the enemy unless necessary. With that, they dispersed calmly and mingled amongst the enemy just as planned. Wayne joked and laughed with his team of 25 while silently reading the building signs within the base. Logistics. When infiltrating a base, one of the most important things to do was to get a hold of their communication channels and plans. If they were able to give out instructions to the enemy, then they could have them dance according to their tune and go wherever they wanted them to go. The team fought numerous patrolling guards around and entered the building from the back door. And while all this was going on, many dead soldiers who were nearby looked wide-eyed. This. SHT. Why am I dead right now? How can I just watch silently as my base gets infiltrated? This is hell. Who is that guy? Did you just see his skill right now? No wonder he and his team could come this far. Incredible! Exclaimed one of the dead men. He swallowed hard and looked at their moves in amazement. From a single glance, he could tell that the man he had been admiring was someone who was probably several ranks higher than himself. Was this the difference between the ranks? Awesome! Many other dead soldiers spoke about the scene too. These people are really lucky. Since the competitor began, we've already destroyed 3 teams who had tried to sneak into the base. So it's truly a miracle that they've made it so far. What miracle? This is purely skill and talent. Damn it. I need to get stronger. While standing in the hallway, Wayne took out his compact mirror and placed it at an angle that allowed him to see what was going on. On the other side of the hallway, a dangerous light flashed through his eye when he spotted 12 more guards who were currently coming his way. The team looked at Wayne's fingers and nodded in understanding. With that, a plan was formed. They all got into position and acted like they were just having a normal conversation in the hallway. The 12 enemy guards heard the commotion and frowned when they saw the uniforms that looked identical to theirs. They immediately thought that these soldiers might be new recruits who didn't know how important this competition was. But how could they have known that it was a trap? How could they have known that their good intentions would be used against them? Sigh. Such is life. /pa/:TTTT. Chapter 755. Infiltrating the base. All 12 guards approached Wayne and his team with the intention of educating them on the importance of the competition. With that in mind, they quickly made their way towards the group of unserious soldiers who were constantly joking and laughing around playfully. Wayne smiled broadly as he heard their approaching footsteps, and when all 12 were around them, the game officially began. It was already too late for these enemy soldiers. Wayne moved like lightning and slashed the necks of 2 soldiers with his rubber knife. You're dead. Remember, dead men tell no tales. Now, go to sleep. The enemy soldiers almost vomited blood when they heard him. Sleep your head. How could they die like this? Who knew that their good intentions would be used against them? Their eyes widened in shock as their bodies tingled unwillingly. Damn it, who are these men? They gritted their teeth unwillingly as they watched these tie them up and drag them away. They almost cursed out loud at their own predicaments. But since they were dead, they had no choice but to zip their mouths tight. Wayne and the rest didn't care about their feelings. Who cared about theirs when some of them were killed off during last year's competition? Hopefully, these people will learn from this experience and improve themselves. This was a competition with thousands of people playing in it. So if they fell for the enemy deceit, then that was on them. With that, Wayne and his team proceeded further. They successfully played the game smartly until they were right where they wanted to be. That's right. They were just outside the main office. Now, it was time to play big. Looking at the iron door, everyone was somewhat restless. Captain, normally, I would agree for the door to be blown up with the low-test explosives that we have. But if that happens, it could alert more people to the situation, as well as give those inside the chance to call for backup. I agree. Besides, if we did blow it up, we won't be able to lock ourselves in and stay safely away from the enemy soldiers. If the enemy sees that the door is still intact, then they would most likely assume that it hasn't been infiltrated yet. Again, one of the other teams has just informed me that they have successfully taken over the building. So that means that our soldiers are now undercover guards within the building. Nonetheless, I think we should still play it safe and keep the door in contact rather than destroying it. Agreed. Agreed. Everyone nodded and thought that keeping the door was a must, because even though they now had their soldiers disguised as guards within the building, what if the enemy discovered this and kill off these guards? Would their mission come to an end? Hell no. That's why they decided to keep the large gigantic iron door intact. That way, if worst comes to the worst, they could just lock themselves in there while thinking of another way to deal with the enemy. One of the soldiers rubbed her chin thoughtfully. How about we knock on the door and wait for one of them to open it? We could push our way in and take over the enemy like in a hostage situation. That could work. But the moment we step into the room, some of them might go under the tables and quickly release the news via their walkie-talkies. So by then, the entire base would have been informed. Then what do we do? Everyone, SHH. The captain is thinking, said a young man with glasses. Everyone faced Wayne once more to wait for his wisdom. Wayne looked around for a bit before turning around and marching in the opposite direction. Captain, where are we going? What are you looking for? Empty room. Why? Because I want to play a bit. But what about the mission? What about it? Why don't we play together instead? Isn't that a lot more fun? Wayne answered playfully, which made everyone almost stumble. They were utterly dumbfounded. Has their captain's brain been fried up because of the difficulty of the mission? Was he giving up now? Sigh. Their smart, intelligent and brave captain had finally lost it. How tragic. And he was young too. They looked at Wayne in pity and decided to first tag along in hopes that their thoughts weren't true. Just thinking about it scared them to death. Please, God of brains, let it not be true. Please. With that, they followed their brain-fried captain until they entered an empty room. Wayne entered an empty meeting room and quickly looked around. Brent, give me your knife. I mean your real knife, not the rubber one used for the competition. Okay. Wayne took the knife and smiled at the confused soldiers before him. Do you all know what these holes are? Of course, Captain. They're ventilation holes. Even underground camps and many underground territories have their own ventilation holes that connect to each. Are there? That's it, Captain. I knew you weren't losing your mind. Some of them jumped and hugged each other excitedly, while others looked at their captain with crying faces. Woo, Captain. Just look at how much I'm crying for you. Don't you have a heart? If you knew this all along, then why didn't you tell us at the very beginning? Captain, do you think that it's cool to act all mysterious with us? Do you know how worried we were? But just to be on the safe side, you aren't draft, right? Wayne speechlessly looked at his team and silently prayed for patience, because at this moment, he truly wanted to whack some of them in the head. Everyone chuckled a bit before focusing on the task at hand. Captain, you intend for us to infiltrate the room through this, right? Correct. And seeing that you all have a good idea on ventilation holes, then what are you all waiting for? Get moving now. Yes, sir. With that, everyone got their moving. But before they climbed onto the vents, they had one more thing to do first. Chapter 756 Undercover Wayne. Boom, boom, boom. On the north side of the Poison Lily Brigade, several less lethal explosives went off, immediately alerting those in the camp. Apparently, a group of enemies were trying to infiltrate their base over there. Many sneered and focused their attention on killing this new enemy. They didn't worry a lot about it because over the past few hours, many had tried to sneak into the camp. But to the best of their knowledge, none had succeeded. Right now, many of them were focused on the matter, including those behind the iron door. From here, they could hear the loud thunderous sounds that echoed across the open air. Boom, 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 boom. 9 Whiter headquarters. The enemy seems to be retreating in defeat. I repeat, The enemy seems to be retreating in defeat. Good job 9Y. Leave the rest to the Air Forces now. Roger that. Air Force Beta. Yes sir. Follow them closely and don't let them escape. Attack if possible or lead others to take care of them instead. Understood? Yes sir. Over. Boom, boom, boom. Coupled with the loud sounds that echoed throughout, many guards who were supposed to be patrolling the building seemed to have gathered in shock just below their window. The place turned rowdy in a heartbeat. Again, even the patrolling guards just outside their doors seemed to be talking loudly about the matter too. The chattering of people and the ear-banging noises from the explosion made the soldiers in the main room somewhat restless, as they waited for the enemy to fully retreat from their base. They were currently 3 stories up, so several of them kept looking out of the window anxiously. But while they were doing that, Wayne and his men hastily took advantage of the noise and carefully pried open the air vent holes and waited for their chance in silence. That's right. They had planned everything so far. All of this was just a distraction to enable them smoothly pry open the air vent holes. One should know that air vent exits, holes typically caused loud noises when forcefully opened from within the air vent. So they needed something that was way louder to keep distracting the enemy from noticing their actions. Again, with everyone concentrating on the current attack outside, no one could have imagined that the enemy was already in the base. Wayne placed several earmuffs in his ear and carefully took out several stun grenades before smiling broadly at the poor soldier below. He had taken notice of all 12 soldiers in the room and made a mental note of their positions. Of course, there were 3 vent openings in the massive room, so some of his soldiers had already portioned themselves there, ready for action. And just as planned, 3 minutes passed by before the chattering guards on ground level dispersed, which made those looking outside the window leave and get back to their seats. They needed everyone's attention before they could pull out their magic trick. With all enemies seated, Wayne and his team began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The fuses were pulled and the stun grenades were flung into the room. SWSHHH. A dazzling white light shone brightly which made the enemies freeze up for a bit. The flash momentarily activated all photoreceptor cells in their eyes, which blinded them for 5 seconds, and after that, they began receiving several after images which left their vision impaired for a bit, and their brains in confusion. As the sound was right next to their ears, the sheer volume of the detonation caused them to have temporary deafness. Many fell to the floor and held their ears instinctively while rolling on the ground like babies. Even if it were a strong big person, if they weren't prepared and were met with this explosive power, they too would react in the same way. After all, the human ears, eyes and body were delicate, so no one could stand this sort of blow shock without preparations. Wayne and his team didn't waste time and quickly attacked the pitiful men rolling on the ground. Of course, some closed the windows as fast as they could for fear that others outside might hear them. My ears. Damn it, soon. The sanity and vision of these enemies had returned. God, that light was so blinding that all they could see was white everywhere. Their heads were buzzing non-stop as if someone had spun them around over 100 times. They squinted their eyes painfully while trying to search for their walkie-talkies on their bodies. No need to search, you're already dead. So we did you all a favor and took them away. Don't worry, we'll be taking over your job from here on out. Now, you can rest in peace. Isn't that great? The miserable enemies trembled in anger while listening to the before them. How did an enemy manage to get all the way here? As they watched Wayne and his team take their seats, their hearts were already ripping into 1,000 pieces. The moment they listened to the instructions Wayne gave his team, they instantly knew what he was up to. This was going to lead their men to death. They truly felt sad and unwilling at this point. All dead men lowered their heads and silently blamed themselves for the death of their comrades. If this was a real battle, they would never be able to forgive themselves for letting the enemy lead their comrades to death. They looked at the air vents and silently took note of it all. Next time, they would definitely take more precautions against such circumstances. Now, They just prayed that someone might notice the situation here and heck these to death. That said, Wayne looked at the documents in his hands and smiled. All team names, tasks and even walkie-talkie call-in numbers and information were clearly typed out in the documents. This was perfect for them if they wanted to give out orders and destroy the enemy from within. But before they got started, Wayne called his base instead. The Black Scorpio Brigade. Did I hear you right, 40? You've successfully infiltrated the enemy's base? Yes, Commander. Now, we can commence with Phase 3. Good. Kill them all. Yes, sir. Over and out. Wayne smiled broadly as he began contacting the enemy teams. And just like that, the competition continued to be fierce as ever, with each brigade losing and winning battles here and there. Of course, these soldiers weren't the only ones in a competitive spirit. Far away, someone else trembled murderously with a new goal in his heart. No matter what, he must not let this opportunity pass him by. Who was that brat to compare with him? He was ready for action. Chapter 757 Suspicious Baron Cain, Virgo City, Arcadina. Ha 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 ha. In a small but elegant office, 5 men were currently sitting across from each other while drinking wine and laughing their stories and lent-up frustrations away. This was the happiest day of their lives. Only the heavens knew how much they had prayed for this day to come. Brothers, he's finally dead. That bastard, Alec Barn, is finally dead. Now, we can begin our plans with Brother Cain leading the way, Viscount Poshtus said merrily while raising his cup in the air. All 4 brothers praised and satisfied Baron Cain's ego merrily. That's right. Baron Cain had been a long-time frenemy with Alec. Him, alongside the dead city lord Shannon, had been Alec's best friends back in the academy. Well, it was more like they were his lackey. They had always secretly hated him, and had been trying to rule Arcadina for themselves. Of course, Alec wasn't blind. He knew their goal, and this why he kept his enemies closer while making sure that they would never rank up in terms of status. Cain for one had accomplished so much over the years, and also had every making of a true marquis, which was higher than a baron, viscount or an earl. But rather than giving him the title he deserved, Alec pummeled him down 3 levels to a measly baron. Nonetheless, no one ever dared Cain because they knew how powerful he was. Cain's father died a marquis, so how could Cain, who was now a baron, be weak? That's why all these men who had higher titles still called him brother and looked up to him. Again, with that baron title, over the years, Alec had taken many of his official men away from him, which led him to secretly build his own army. But that wasn't all Alec did to him. He also made sure that he got the bare minimum from the Empire, which infuriated him to death. So how could he not be about the scumbag's death? It was just that something didn't add up in this story. Ha 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 ha. Elder Brother Cain, aren't you happy about his death? I thought that you of all people would celebrate non-stop. But does it seem like you're mourning his death instead? Everyone looked at Cain suspiciously. Their sworn brother wouldn't have been in love with Alec all this time, right? After all, they had heard that when they were younger, this brother of theirs used to fawn over Alec here and there. Could this have been love? They knew that their brother has had intimate relationships with both men and women over the years. So did Alec retaliate against their brother because he got confessed to by Cain? With Alec dead, was their brother now heartbroken? Sigh. Big brother, take heart. There are many men stronger than Alec out there. Don't give up. If Cain knew what these idiots were thinking about, he would definitely vomit blood in disgust. Even if he had, it would never be his sworn enemy, all right? Big brother Cain, if you feel depressed, just let it all out. We'll understand you. Yeah, brother, even though you have 5 wives, we understand where your heart truly lies. So it's okay to let it all out. Cain closed his eyes and trembled slightly. He was surrounded by fools. Some needed qualities of any lackey is that they shouldn't be too ambitious or too smart, and they should be easy to manipulate with their hot-blooded nature. But sometimes, these qualities also make them quite annoying. These fools would be the death of him. Cain gritted his teeth and tried his best to calm down. What stupid thoughts are your heads filled up with? How can I mourn that bastard, brother? They say that what you're doing right now is denial. Shut up. Everyone lowered their heads and only thought that their big brother was quite pitiful. It's okay, it's okay. You'll get over it later on. Cain looked at him and knew that if he didn't clear this up now, these fools would think that he really had a thing for Alec. He took another big whiff of air and sighed. Brothers, how can I be sad? Of course I'm happy about it. But it's just that his death is a little fishy. Everyone raised their heads in confusion. Eh? Big brother, how do you mean? Do you remember that I came here in secret a month ago? Don't you remember that Alec had taken my men away towards Baymard for battle? So how is it possible that he would have been able to appear in the capital and get executed? From my estate in the west, it would take over a month to get to Baymard. So I estimated that he would stay in Baymard for another month or so after his battle before taking 4 other months to get back to the capital. That said, I expected him back sometime in October earliest or December if something delayed him. So how is it possible that he was here this July? Does he have wings on his back or something? This story doesn't add up at all. Cain was really confused. When Alec took his men away, he knew that he would be killed once Alec got back from Baymard. After all, he had tried to assassinate Alec the first time Alec left Baymard, and from Alec's body language, he was sure that they was aware of what he did. So how could he just sit there and wait for death? That's why he rushed towards this city in the central part of Arcadina. He came here to get more men in preparation to battle against Alec. This city was just 3 weeks away from the capital. So news of Alec's death had already circulated within this city, which brought shock to himself, since he just got here a few days ago after traveling for months. This was sorcery. Brother Cain, believe me, I was there for the execution myself. It's true, the real Alec Barn is dead. How? One of the men rubbed his chin in thought before his eyes lit up. Brother, I heard that Alec Barn had many trained actor doubles that he sent out during missions just for face. Cain looked at him curiously. Really? Yes brother. It's said that his doubles were real assassins who had face paint on all the time. They also turned to have the same body structure as he does so as to seem more convincing. The more Cain listened, the more he believed. After all, that was the only plausible explanation for Alec's locational sorcery. But how are you sure that they killed the real Alec? Brother, they placed his head on a stick, and I personally had my men look at it in secret for any disguises. It's definitely him. There was no face paint or anything. Plus, don't forget that Eden and his son had been planning their revenge all this time. So how could they miss their target? Even Alec was caught unawares by them. Cain finally let his worries go after listening to his men. It seems like he was worried for nothing. Well, with Alec dead, now he could take over the western regions of Arcadina. He didn't fear Eden or William because he believed that they only won due to them catching Alec by surprise. They had only accidentally captured Alec. So what could they do against him who now knew of their existence? They had been lurking in the shadows for the past 20-something years, so skills could they have? Now that he knew of their existence, he would send his spies to monitor them for a bit. Of course he would send more people to verify once more that the real Alec Barn was dead. More still, what happened to the princes? Where were they? They hadn't been executed yet, and there wasn't any news about them. So were they now in hiding while planning to take Arcadina back? There were just too many unknowns in this issue. And his biggest obstacles were William and Eden. Was he just going to sit here and watch his dreams fly by? No, he had to go back to the western regions and begin conquest. He didn't believe that he would lose to them. No matter what, he must create his own empire, and if William or Eden gets in his way, then you bad for them. Because he would never give up. He would call his new empire, Cain. Ha 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 ha. Long live himself. The empire of Cain must be realized. Cain's eyes flickered as he drank his wine slowly. Soon, it would be his time to shine. Chapter 758. More problems. While Baron Cain was busy imagining his fairy tale empire, far away in an entirely different continent, some other people were getting overly excited too. Habel Coastal City, Continent of Lamb. The city was extremely silent, as several residents had locked themselves in their homes in fear of being seen. Businesses were closed and the entire city looked like it had been deserted for years now. Even those who arrived by ship on the docks of this coastal city were told to stay on their ships for an entire day before leaving. Everyone shivered while taking a peek through the small openings in their windows. Oh my God! How long are they going to stay here? If we don't harvest the goods from the farms close to the forest, then those wild animals will definitely eat them. Damn it. Why can't these people just leave us alone? Why are they here? What do they want? I heard that they're just passing by. Really? Exclamation mark. SHH. What are you yelling for? Keep your voice down. I don't want to die because of you. Sorry. Underscore. The air was tense and the people were gloomy. But why did this massive city shudder in fear? Well, that was because of the announcement that had been made 5 days ago. One should know that their current continent, the continent of Lamb, was now governed by the Temple of Adonis. That's right. This temple had successfully conquered all 4 empires within the Lamb continent. They had killed all their rulers and forced the royals to be slaves. So Adonis III now ruled over the entire continent with his beliefs. The temple's beliefs were just ridiculous. Women and children were sacrificed and roped duly to the Adonis. For example, he believed that women that couldn't bear sons for their husbands were selfish and guilty. So by law, these women had been seized and locked up in a training home which they called a correcting home. There, many temple deacons, vicars, ministers and knights will take turns with these women until they were able to bear a son. If it was a daughter, they would continue to stay there for their disobedience. And if it were a son, then they could go back to their husbands. As for the daughters that were born during that time, they will belong to the Temple of Adonis and do their own share part for the temple's greater good. Again, any one woman who gave birth to a child with any disorders would be put to death, and all women weren't allowed to be engaged until after their coming-of-age ceremony. That was because during the ceremony, the temple staff had to pick out the best-looking women for the temple, themselves, before leaving the unwanted ones for the common men in the empire. And unlike the Pioneer continent, the coming-of-age for people in the Lamb continent was 13 years old, rather than 15. One should remember that in this era, due to all the hard labor and physical restraints on one's body, menopause happened around 27 years old and above. So the people believed that the younger the girl, the more childbearing she would be. Anyway, the Temple of Adonis had instilled fear into the people all these years, as men weren't safe too. 40% of their business profits and merits had to go to the temple. Anyone who failed to pay would be executed on the spot. That said, the people have lived in constant fear of this tyrannical temple. They had been praying and crying for a change, but so far, no one has come to their aid yet. And even those who dared to resist and form an anti-Adonis opposition group ended up dead. So what could they do? Everyone shivered in their homes while praying that these knights marching outside could hurry up. They didn't know where they were going or what they intended to do, but all they wanted to know was when they would leave. That's right. Tens of thousands of knights were constantly marching into the coastal city fiercely. Din, 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 din. On the sandy shores, thousands of knights were gathered in formation while waiting for the last batch of knights to arrive. And standing on the docks, was Chief Commander Hutton, who was overlooking them sternly. Hutton wore an all-black armory that had several golden symbols and letter writings scribbled on it. Again, the feather on top of his helmet was golden, and his sword sheath also had a large golden symbol of the letter A for Adonis on it. Hutton stood majestically while enjoying the admiring gaze of the men below, and soon, someone rushed towards him hastily. "Chief Commander, all 250,000 men are here." "Good," Hutton said while smiling broadly. With that, he stepped a little closer and someone brought a megaphone by his mouth. "Men, today, we will embark on another grand mission for the greater good of our temple and our leader, Adonis III." The moment Adonis' name was mentioned, everyone knelt, did a letter A with their fingers and placed it against their foreheads. "All hail Adonis, our glorious leader." After paying their respect, everyone including Hutton got up again. Every time Adonis' name was mentioned, they had to kneel no matter where they were, otherwise if caught, it would be seen as betrayal. "Men, Our mission is the same as always, to conquer the world for Adonis. However, it seems that some people want to stand in our way. Yes, you heard me right. It appears that some unbelievers want to stop our plans, but we aren't entirely sure yet. A while back, we sent some of our brothers towards the Pino continent, and our forces on the many pirate islands along the way haven't gotten any news of their victory. We are sure that they did reach the coastlines of the Arcadian Empire. However, there was no return message about their victory, which could only mean that they either betrayed us, died or got captured by the enemy. So we will go find out for ourselves about what happens to our brothers. And at the same time, we will wage war against these non-believers. This time, we will conquer the enemy, just as we've done over the years. Now men, it's time to fight for our temple. It's time to fight for Adonis. All hail Adonis, our glorious leader. All hail Adonis, our glorious leader. All hail Adonis, our glorious leader. Chapter 759. Everyone's target. The knights felt overly angry when they listened to Hutton's speech. They truly wanted to see the enemy that dared to go against Adonis. That was just blasphemous to them. In short, it was a sacrilege. Adonis was always right. At least this was how they had been brainwashed and brought up. One should know that Adonis collected all second-born sons right after these children came to the world. So they were strictly raised in the temples and only believed in what Adonis said. Again, the temple of Adonis has had 3 rulers since its creation. In the beginning, they were just an underground society that later conquered its first empire 15 years later. For sure, the moment it successfully governed its first empire, it immediately started collecting babies to brainwash. And after another 27 years, Adonis conquered its next empire and so on. So over the years, there had been knights that were overly loyal to them. For these knights, Adonis was like their father who took them in to give them better lives. After all, as second sons, they might not even be eligible to inherit any properties and might even be plotted against. In their hearts, Adonis was like a kind hand that covered those who weren't loved by their parents. At least that's the version that the temple made them believe in. And what they hated the most were people who went against their father or even dared to resist his orders. They had straight up killed many peasants who dared to resist. Some had even killed their own blood parents too. In their hearts and minds, father was the only parent ruling over their lives, and they were willing to die for him any day any time. Their father was their everything. Everyone's blood was boiling when they thought of those who dared to go against their kind father's wishes. As they boarded the massive fleet of over 200 ships, many of them still grumbled about these enemies. HMPH. I can't wait to get there and show them the consequences of going against father. I agree. I only feel bad for father who initially wanted to help them by spreading his influence there. Those barbarians don't deserve his love at all. HMHM. I can only say that for giving father sleepless nights, they truly deserve to die under my blade. Father is so kind. I just thought of something. I heard that last time, Captain James did exceptionally well during his mission, so he was granted an audience with father. I heard that he also kissed father's most treasured red ring too. What? His favorite red ruby ring? How is that possible? How can he be so lucky? I want to kiss father's ring too and be blessed. Me too. That's why I'll be the star of this mission. This way, I too can kiss father's ring. Who are you fooling? It's going to be me. So stop dreaming. No, it's going to be me. Me. 00. Everyone argued passionately while getting on their ships. The entire world seemed to be on the move because just like them, many other visitors were on their way to the Pino continent too. Somewhere on the ocean. Swish, 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 swish. The soft summer ocean waves gently hit the corners of 3 massive ships in formation. The air seems to have the ability to whisk one's souls away, as its brine-like presence, coupled with its fishy smell, seems a bit too strong under the sun's heat. The passengers on these ships anxiously looked ahead and wished that they could magically arrive at their destinations right away. As for these people, they were from the Empire of Romaine. They were the dark-skinned people who were on their way to find their savior in the visions. They were on their way to meet the mysterious Landon Barn. Their journey was supposed to be an 8-month one, judging from the map their princess had drawn while she was in her vision phase. But the issue was that many of them had never left their continent and traveled this far out. Yes, they could travel from empire to empire within their continent, and could also travel towards the neighboring continents too. But the Pino continent was too far and none of them had experience going out this far. Of course they wanted to get help from the neighboring continents, but they were afraid that maybe those from the Temple of Adonis had already taken over those places. So going there seemed dangerous. That's why they risked everything and set out all on their own according to what their princess gave them. Everything went well at the start of their journey, but when winter came, they experienced terrible storms and several disastrous waves out in the open. Their ships got damaged and they had to dock for the entire winter on an island. They truly felt like the heavens were on their side because what they experienced should have killed them. Yet, here they were, again. Once they arrived on the island, they had to battle with pirates. Fortunately, they won. But that still wasn't the end of their worries. Other enemies kept coming in one by one, and they fought hard as well while repairing their ships. Of course, they dared not leave until the end of winter due to the storms. So once spring came along, they quickly picked up the pace and continued their journey towards their savior. Din, 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 din. Two young men hurriedly ran towards a beautiful black 16-year-old girl. In their continent, everyone had dark skin tones of different shades with pure white, silvery hair and cute cat-like light green eyes. Of course, a few others, like those in the royal families, had light purple eyes instead. The boys ran to their little sister excitedly while holding on to a large drawing. Sister, sister, look. I estimate that 4 weeks from now, we'll arrive at our savior's home. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe we've made it this far. The boys, Javis and Andrew, showed Lucia the map excitedly. When they thought of all the battles they had fought along the way just to get to their destinations, their hearts pounded with pride instead. The feeling was good. Lucia looked at her brothers and chuckled. She too felt proud as well. If someone had told her that she would be courageous enough to stab a pirate, she wouldn't have believed it at all. But not only did she stab the guy, she also killed several others who tried to attack her and her men. After her first kill, she puked and almost fainted from it all. Now, she didn't feel nauseated at all. Sister, I've been thinking. What if they didn't speak the same language as us? What do we do then? Yeah, little sister, it's very unlikely that they will speak the same language as us. So what do we do? Both brothers frowned when they thought about this. If they couldn't even communicate with their savior, then how were they supposed to get his help? Lucia just looked at them and smiled. The heavens have said that we should go to our savior. So I'm sure that communication wouldn't be an issue. The heavens know all. So worry not, brothers. Our savior will understand us. Listening to Lucia, everyone put their worries away and relaxed. Indeed, communication wouldn't be an issue since the heavens sent them there. And even if it was, they had already come this far to turn back or do something about it. Right now, their main concern was getting to their savior safely. After all, these waters still had pirates and all sorts of dangers ahead. That said, anything could happen within these next 4 weeks. So why risk it? As for the clueless Mr. Savior, he was currently driving hastily. It was time. It was finally time. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 760. Time for an upgrade. Landon hummed excitedly while making his way to the lower region, alongside Lucius and Mark. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe that they're finally ready, Mark said excitedly. He, Josh, Gary and Threy just got back from their honeymoon vacation with their wives, and the moment he came back, he was swamped with police work. One should know that he was also Landon's sworn brother who had followed Landon from Baymard to Arcadina, and after Baymard's military got stronger, he alongside Lucius were given new identities within the police force. Of course, they still retained their positions in the military, but they also had head positions within the police force. For example, Lucius was still the head of Baymard's military, as well as the chief of police, or commissioner, too. And Mark himself was the assistant chief of police. As for the rest of the boys, they still retained their military positions as well, but Threy and Gary were given new titles in the Navy headquarters, while Josh was ranked up within the military. Mark knew exactly what Landon was trying to do, but he didn't mind it at all. At first, No one wanted to leave the military since that was where all the action was at. So Landon came up with this plan to slowly shift their focus to their new positions. And in truth, it was working quite well because he for one had now assimilated himself onto the role of assistant chief of police over the years. He knew that without a doubt, all of this was just training for himself, because once Lucius retired, he would likely take over as chief of police. The same could be said for Josh, who would be in charge of the military once Lucius retired. Of course, Gary was already in charge of the Navy and Marines, while Trey was in charge of the Coast Guards. Since they weren't technically under the Navy, they could only work alongside or under the Navy during wars or emergencies, but they were typically a force of their own. That said, all of Landon's sworn brothers prepared and trained dutifully for their positions as the heads of various major forces. And so over time, they had stopped going out for missions issued by the barracks, except Josh, and now focused on missions involving their new titles. Mark for one was thrilled to be a part of the police force. There was so much to do within Baymard alone, and with the new territories, new missions had been sent out to the officers on a daily. They had to work with the soldiers to protect these new territories. The soldier protected the new borders, while they protected and kept the peace within these new territories. Several stone estates were new used as new police officers out of the capital city. The dungeons there had been properly cleaned and transformed. There was so much part work to do, as well as so many reports from the citizens who want justice upheld for things like stealing grain and whatnot. Of course, every territory had a military station there too, just in case of some unknown danger which the police forces couldn't handle. These soldiers were also there to scout out the forest regions and identify which regions have deadly beasts in them. The police were concerned with the peace within the town, cities and villages, while the military would handle things that lure within the forest or those outside Baymard's new borders. The moment Mark got back from his honeymoon, he had been swamped. From the paperwork to his planned visits to the new territories and many other activities, he didn't even get the chance to take a single breather. But, all of this still excited him too, as he was getting action here and there. All in all, he truly loved his position as Assistant Chief of Police. Landon, Mark and Lucius excitedly made their way towards the weapon manufacturing industry. Today, they were going for a demonstration for all new police gadgets and weapons. But what excited Mark most was that most of his worries would be solved today. Bro, you of all people know how many complaints I've received from the office about that problem. So how can I not be glad that it's going to be resolved? Mark said, while tapping Landon's shoulders merrily. Only he knew how these matters disturbed his officers over the past few months. Now, he could finally put it all behind him. As for Lucius, he also came here on behalf of the barracks too. The demonstration would also showcase new gadgets and weapons for the soldiers too. So of course he would come. And apart from the trio, several other military heads were also going to come for the demonstration. In short, they should already be there since he decided to pick Landon up before getting here. As for Josh, he wouldn't be attending since he just left for a mission yesterday. Lucius smiled stupidly when he thought of the last show. Hopefully, today's show will also blow his mind too. Boy, can't you give me a hint about what's going to be displayed? Yeah, bro. I know you said that they would solve my problems, but what exactly are they? Landon chuckled and just looked at them in silence while crossing his hands. If he told them about it now, wouldn't that ruin the surprise factor? Lucius and Mark on the other hand really wanted to strangle him to death. Both Mark and Lucius truly wanted to strangle Landon to death. Why was he always like this? Would it kill him to give them a few hints? Sometimes they got tempted to throw you over a cliff. But who made them care so much about him? Very soon, the grumpy duo soon forgot about the annoying Landon and focused on the demonstration show. They excitedly thought of numerous possibilities about the new goodies. What would they look like, and what could they do? All this would be answered when they got to the lower region. It was time for Baymard's armed forces to get another upgrade. Chapter 761 More new toys. I.Ds and passes please. Sure. Everyone did as they were told, while another guard quickly checked their vehicle and bodies. Even if they knew who they were, these men still did their jobs thoroughly. After all, only those permitted could get into the lower region. They passed through several more checkers before going on their way. Who knows if Landon and the rest were assassins with face paint on. It was better to be safe than sorry. Landon, Lucius and Mark drove off after undergoing all security checks. The lower region was treated just like the FBI headquarters back on Earth, so they had been individually scanned and checked thoroughly through the massive security building. With their identities verified and weapons registered, they quickly headed towards the weapon manufacturing industry accompanied by 2 more security guards. One should know that they weren't part of the security team that was supposed to guard the lower region. They were just visitors who came in with registered weapons. Hence, the guards were to follow them at all times during their stay in the lower region just to make sure that they didn't try anything funny. Even if they knew that Lucius and the rest were prominent military figures. That said, they drove their vehicles behind them calmly. "Welcome Your Majesty." "Welcome King Father Lucius." "Welcome Assistant Chief of Police Mark." Landon and the rest nodded at the many personals in the room. From the Minister of National Defense to those with important roles in the army, police force and guard units, everyone was here for the show. The moment Landon stepped in, he was made to sign a confidentiality document as usual. With that, he sat in the massive waiting room patiently. 1:55 p.m. It was almost time for the show to begin. And right on cue, the double-sided door before them opened up and a 32-year-old woman in a lab coat walked in. The somewhat noisy room quieted down a bit. The lady first greeted Landon and Lucius before focusing on everyone else. "Welcome everyone, to the weapon manufacturing industry. I'm Overseer Melissa, and I'll be here to any questions during the show. Now, follow me please." With that, the woman turned around and led them through the door. Mark's eyes sparkled as he saw gadgets and gears around the room. Lucius acted the same as well. It took a lot of effort for him to calm down, as he was very much remote to run toward them merrily. Everyone felt the same too. They looked at these new creations like Christmas toys from Santa Claus. "What do you think that is?" "It looks so cool." Look at that one." "Will it be for the military, the police or guardsmen?" "Please let it be for us. I want it so bad." Everyone was happily talking about the new toys while trying to guess their purposes. Overseer Melissa just smiled and stood before one of the volunteers who was currently wearing some sort of arm shield. "To start off, we'll begin with this." The bodyguard. Everyone was in awe when looking at the cool hand-like glove shield that almost reached one's elbow. The bodyguard has a thick upper exterior that protects against knife attacks. Of course, I know that you all are trained professionals. But if you weren't, and someone wanted to cut your face with a knife, what would a normal person's instincts be like? Mark simulated it in his mind and pictured that he was the one getting attacked. A normal person? They would instinctively place their hands over their face for protection. Everyone nodded in agreement too. Yes, that's right. They would instinctively use their hands as shields, and this is where the bodyguard comes to play. Its polymer-based frame, composite armor shell, inner sleeves and other protective materials protect against lethal knife or blade attacks. So it in itself is a glove hand shield. But that isn't all. On the side here, there are 4 buttons. But before we continue the demonstration, Jules, can you lower the window covers? Yes, Overseer Melissa. With that, the young man who was Melissa's secretary hastily ran towards a table at the front of the room, opened a drawer and took out a remote control as well as a small instruction manual there. He quickly glimpsed at the manual and knew which button was for what before pressing on them. And soon, the window covers were lowered, blocking the sun's rays. For sure, he kept one massive window uncovered, because Overseer Melissa didn't want the room completely dark. Thank you, Jules. Now, Let's continue with the functions of these 4 buttons. The first button will activate a flashlight that will come out from here. Pim. The button was pressed and a bright white beam of light shot out from the arm shield. Everyone's mouth dropped wide open as they looked at the latest tech before them. It was as if it came out from a spy movie. Yes, they had flashlights and whatnot. But when it comes out of a shield, how cool was that? Melissa saw their excitement and didn't plan on stopping there. That was it for the first button. But the won't one will definitely blow your minds. Everyone, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to these 2 erect points here. Next the second button is pressed, a large bolt of current will be transferred out. So in essence, it works like a taser. Silence. Everyone looked at the shield with greedy eyes. No, this weapon had to be sent to the military. So what if police people typically used tasers? This weapon was a great help to the men outside as well. Say they were out on a mission and meet a wild creature in the forest. If the creature climbs on them and tries to bite them, then they could activate the taser on the uppermost part of the shield and render it motionless. In fact, they could even trick the creature by letting it bite the tough shield, before tossing the living daylights out of it. Again, the same could be said if they got jumped by a criminal too. It's the perfect situation for both indoor and outdoor missions. Since it's worn like a long arm glove, it's a weapon that can't be taken away from them. The taser will become a part of their body. So how could they not want it? No, this bodyguard tech had to be theirs. Chapter 762 More new toys too. I'm glad that you all like it so far. But there are 2 more buttons left. The third one is an O.C spray, pepper spray, that will be released from here. It may seem like a useless defensive weapon, but I'm sure that you will know that during battle, such weapons might just be the leading cause of your victory. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they pictured a scenario where they were almost losing. If the enemy was strangling them but they didn't have enough energy to pull the bastard's hands away, then why not aim pepper spray into his eyes? It would take more than 3 minutes for the victims to adjust after getting sprayed, since their eyes would literally feel like it was being burnt off. Thinking about it like this, they felt pleased with this addition. Now their minds focused on what the last button could do. Melissa smiled slyly at their anxious expressions. You all have walkie-talkies, right? And the most fearful thing is that you might lose your walkie-talkies during missions. So what if I told you that these shields could also act like walkie-talkies? What? Everyone's lips trembled in excitement while listening. Melissa quickly pressed the last button and a secret compartment on the side of the shield opened up. It had a few more buttons which all of them were familiar with. These were the buttons on their walkie-talkies. It also had a small sketch or drawing of a phone on it, and on the lower part of the drawing were tiny dots, which was probably the microphone for them to speak in. The same could be said for the upper part of the picture, which would transmit the voices of others to them. Again, at the side, there was a small dial turner there for them to switch and connect with other military frequency bands. Of course, during missions, they were supposed to be on the frequency band or channel that was assigned to them. That way, everyone on the mission could connect and talk with each other at once on the same channel. The fact that they had a built-in walkie-talkie had already blown their minds. Their greedy eyes completely devoured the bodyguard possessively. This bodyguard arm shield was a must. This is definitely for the police forces and guard units. Ha 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 ha. This time, we have picked up a treasure. What are you talking about? This is clearly for the army, so don't even think about it. HMPH. Old dog, last time, you army people took the flaming torch weapon and we didn't complain. But now that this one is for us, you're trying to steal it from under our noses? Dream on. The bodyguard is for us. I don't know if it's for the police forces, but it's definitely for us guard units. Just listen to the name. The bodyguard. It's clearly for us. So why are you both dancing around like chickens? Who's a chicken? Just because it has the word guard in its name doesn't mean that it's for guards. Yeah, it's for the army. No, the police force. Guard units. Police force. Army. Melissa looked at them and chuckled. Well, the more excited they were, the more money her industry would make. After all, they were buying these goods from her industry. So the more impressed they were, the happier she was too. As for Landon, his thoughts were in the future instead. Back on Earth, The complete bodyguard arm shield was like a wild superhero spy gadget. Firstly, it had an LED screen which also provided GPS routes, maps and could even detect concealed weapons too. That wasn't all. It could also do gas-U0026 chemicals detections with a touch of a button and had several inbuilt sensors in it. There was also the fact that it had a small spy camera and recording device installed into it. Of course, it also came with a laser rangefinder that could determine the distance between the enemy, or object, and the user. With the LED screen, everything could be viewed. Again, one shouldn't forget the fact that the current high-tech bodyguard had tiny defibrillators that could restore a normal heartbeat by sending an electric impulse or shock to the heart during life-threatening moments. Location tracking and many other functions made the bodyguard a real treasure. In future, all these things would be added to Baymard's current bodyguard full arm shield. By then, Landon wondered how these Lucius and the rest would react to the real thing. It would certainly be a sight to see. Back on Earth, all these features were present on the bodyguard for military uses. And as one went from military to law enforcers to guards and finally to basic, public use, some features were removed altogether. For example, the basic one only had a flashlight and pepper spray. It was typically used by park rangers and those who went hunting and were attacked by wildlife. The strong protective shield had saved many lives. Anyway, in Baymard, no civilians would have them, only those working as park rangers and whatnot. Of course, the armed forces would have them as well. So everyone had been arguing for nothing because they would all get these bodyguards' shields. But in future, the shield functions will vary depending on what armed force they would be assigned to. Only the military would have all functions in their arm shield. With that, Melissa continued on to the next invention, which was a radar gun for police officers who wanted to know how fast vehicles were going. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the problem has been solved. Now, we can accurately give out speeding tickets. You don't know how many people have argued with us and defended themselves about their speeding tickets. Now that we have this, there would be no way for them to argue again. Good, good, good. This radar gun is awesome. Mark held the radar gun as if it were a baby, before passing it to Lucius. Landon also felt awkward because over the years, it had completely skipped his mind. It was only when Mark complained that Landon remembered. Up next, they showed them several new guns, as well as several new handheld grenades which were all deadly. But the things that made many thrilled were the new sniper guns and the latest models of practice grenades. Practice grenades were similar in the handling and function of normal hand grenades. But rather than producing lethal destruction, they only produced a loud popping noise and a puff of smoke on detonation. They were completely harmless to the soldiers or the police forces during training. They had the same weight, have and feel as regular grenades which were great for practicing precision when throwing them. In short, practice grenades were a necessity during training. What made them happy was that the new practice grenades were said to produce an even louder thunderous sound and thicker smoke factor which would give the trainer a real sense of fear. All in all, everyone was very pleased with these new toys. Now, they couldn't wait to place their orders immediately. As expected of Overseer Melissa, her industry has done it again. Agreed. I can't wait to go out on missions with these new babies. Hey, have you forgotten that it's my police force that will have those ones? HMPH. You wish. It's my guard unit that will get them. No, they belong to the army. No way. They belong to the police force. Guard units, army, police force. Soon, everyone turned towards Landon in the heat of the argument. Your Majesty, say something. Chapter 763. Gathering the team. After discussing and finalizing everything, everyone passed through security again and left the lower region. Landon and Lucius first dropped Mark back in the police headquarters before heading towards the Baymardian barracks. Even though it was 4:26 p.m., their day was nowhere near over. Today, several Baymardian and Coronian soldiers had gathered within one of the halls in the barracks. A week ago, they had all received mysterious letters requesting them to gather here. The letter only said that they were selected for an important mission, and if they choose to accept it, then they have to gather here. So here they were. Again, They were to bring the letter with them if they wanted to attend this meeting. Typically, most of the courses that had nothing to do with guns and advanced technology were also taught in the Baymardian barracks. So most of the Coronian soldiers had to attend some of these courses in the Baymardian barracks. Courses like ethics, rock climbing, safety, military tactics, sword fighting and whatnot were taught there. But they also had some courses that were taught in the Coronian barracks, like archery, hand combat and so on. The most important thing is that they had so many drills and obstacle course routines in the Coronian barracks which were the same as those in the Baymardian barracks. The fact that they could move from one barracks to another deepened the bond between the Coronian and Baymardian soldiers. Again, the Coronians also had their own special units, as well as their battles between brigades, so they weren't left out from all the fun. That said, just because they could enter the Baymardian barracks didn't mean that they could go anywhere they pleased. They could only go to the class sites, cafeteria, outdoor fields, clinic, challenge center and the first floor of the library. Any other place was out of bounds unless they were the superiors sent for them. The security in the barracks was tight, with I.D. checks and so many other procedures. Anyway, both Coronian and Baymardian soldiers were silently waiting in a massive hall merrily. Just holding the secret note in their hand made them feel special. Everyone's chest had risen proudly as they felt like all their training over the years earned them a spot on the mission. Their minds began wondering what sort of mission they would be sent on. Penelope's brothers who were amongst the chosen few also felt the same way too. First Prince Robert, second Prince Asher and third Prince Neeson were almost having a heart attack because of the wait. They sat with two other friends who had also been chosen as well. One of their friends turned to them anxiously. "Guys, do you think that it will be like those missions in the James Bond movie?" "My whole body is trembling from anxiety." "Just what sort of mission is a Triple S Class 1? Damn. Just the mission level already tells you how life-threatening the mission might be. This is like nothing we've done before." HMHM. "This one will probably have a ton of bad psychos who might kill us in the blink of an eye." That's true. There might be deadly assassins that we might have to fight against. Oh my god. Can the meeting start already? My poor heart can't handle the wait. Everyone continued speculating about the mission silently. For the princes as well as all Coronian soldiers, even though this wasn't their first time accepting a mission, it was still their first time taking on a day one like this, which made them both thrilled and nervous that they didn't get a wink of sleep last night. Yes, back in Corona, they did go out on some assignments here and there, but they were never truly invested in them since they pushed everything to their subordinates and sat down on there while waiting for results. As princes, their subordinates did all the work, but ever since they got here, Git had changed and now looked forward to getting on the field. Even though they were here to train, Coronians could still take on some small assignments that were posted on their notice board. And all three princes have already participated in those ones. For example, they were told to handle bandits within Corona and Arcadina's western regions. And at times their tasks would be to collect information or aid the town or village folks in whatever way they could. The public now knew that Arcadina and Corona had signed treaties with Baymard, so sometimes they took on these assignments which had been approved by these rulers. Again, they sometimes escorted others and even killed off dangerous beasts in the forests. The princes had gone out to Corona on multiple occasions to aid the people or capture local bandits here or there. That said, everything they did was level F to our mission levels. None of them had been given even S, SS or even Triple S class missions. So when the mysterious note stated that their mission was at a Triple S level, they almost fainted from sheer joy. The air was tense with anticipation and their bodies were all itching to know what this was all about. What sort of danger level would they experience? Soon, the wait was over, and the moment they saw Landon and Lucius alongside both Coronian and Baymardian superiors, everyone sharply stood up and gave a military salute while greeting them loudly. Landon and the rest nodded back. "At ease, men. You may sit." With that, everyone did as they were told and focused on the people before them. Lucius stood before a wooden pulpit, stand, and positioned the microphone close to his mouth. "Today, every one of you has been selected to partake in this dangerous mission. As you all know, this is a triple S-class mission. That said, if anyone feels that they aren't up to the task, we will give you this second chance to leave now and go on with your normal activities. Because after we divulge the mission to you, there will be no more room for regrets. So those that want to leave, please exit right. Silence. Good. Since everyone has decided to stay, then let's begin. Chapter 764 Code Name, TOD. Everyone was eager to go on this mission, so how could they leave? Even though they were somewhat nervous, this era was a time of bloodshed and whatnot. So May had gone through hard light and death situations already. From those who were imprisoned and tortured for years, to those who had witnessed bullies breaking people's legs. Everyone was well aware of the cruel difficulties of this life. In short, many things could kill a man, so many weren't scared of death. What frightened them was the dying process, whether they would be skinned alive, beaten to death or given to animals who would tear them limb from a limb. The pain was the frightening factor. Of course, that didn't mean that they feared nothing. They knew that there were dangerous situations in this world that could make one wish for death instead. And just the fact that this mission was triple S class gave them a sense of fright. But, as good soldiers, they had to strive to protect the people. So even if the enemy was the devil himself, they would still do their best to keep everyone in their empires safe. Lucius nodded in satisfaction when no one left. Congratulations. You all are now officially assigned to this mission. To begin, this mission is code TOD. That's right, it's named after the mysterious Temple of Dragmus. As for how devious they are, we'll begin with a little background story on them for you all to get a clear picture. Everyone listened in rage when they heard about this shameless Temple of Dragmus. Any questions so far? Immediately, several people raised their hands in the air. Private Robert here. Sir, I would like to ask if there is any more information about this temple. More specifically, I would like to ask if they had already started making plans toward Corona. Prince Robert asked anxiously. These wanted the whole Pino continent under their rule, and if they weren't stopped, then they might actually succeed. After all, they were already deeply embedded within the empire of Yoden and Deiferus. So with more time, they might even extend their wings into Corona too. The thought of this made these Coronian soldiers boil in fury. This Temple of Dragmus was too dangerous and tyrannical. Just comparing them with Baymard made the Coronians appreciate this small but terrifying empire even more. Even with all their power, Baymard still didn't want to annex Corona. Instead, they respected the royals, gave the people peace and were willing to work together with them for unity. But just look at those Dragmus people. They wanted to destroy and control all empires without caring about anyone's opinions. The princes clenched their fists and frowned angrily too. How could they let these Dragmus people enter Corona? No way. For the sake of Corona, as well as the Pino continent's future, they had to go. Lucius saw through Robert and knew what he was worried about. Private Robert, at the moment, they haven't begun their plans on Corona yet. For now, they're still focused on Yoden and Deiferus. Any more questions? Private Jamie here. Do we know if they have any other influence backers that we need to be careful of? At the moment, we don't. But we're still keeping a lookout for such matters. That said, you all aren't the only ones on this mission. 3 weeks ago, we sent out spies towards the cities, towns and villages closest to these bases. So they will be waiting for your arrival. When you arrive, they will give you additional information on what they know. Alright. For now, let's suspend any more questions about their history for later and focus on your teams. So, since they have 23 bases within Yoden and Deiferus, we've already divided you all into 23 groups. You all will work alongside each other within the enemy's territories. Lucius said calmly. This was a tricky mission to set up, seeing that the Coronians weren't allowed to use guns or any high-tech weapons. But Lucius wasn't worried. Their swordsmanship, hand combat, military tactics, strategies and other skills have improved immensely while training here. So since there were 23 bases in total, Lucius had decided to let the Coronians handle 8 bases, while the Baymardian soldiers will handle the other 15. For many of you Coronians, this will be your first Triple S class mission. So so we'll be sending some Baymardians as backup just in case." This was a learning experience for them, so he wanted them to learn as much as they could when they marched toward their designated enemy bases. Apart from backup, the Baymardians were also there to provide transport, since all the treasures in the vaults needed to be transported out of these places. Of course, the Coronian Empire would get its fair share of wealth too, since their soldiers worked so hard. As for their weaponry, over the years, the weapon manufacturing industry has strengthened, bettered and produced impressive arrows, shields and all sorts of simple weapons that were sold to the Coronian Empire only. William has also shown interest in them as well, so they would start selling them to the Arcadians as well. Anyway, their weapons were now upgraded, and their armor wasn't that clunky full-body iron suit again. Now, they could be as flexible and quiet as they want during missions. It was time to put their skills to the test, and if they needed medical attention, there will be some military doctors amongst the Baymardian backup team. In short, Lucius felt like they would be alright. For this mission, each team will take 10 military dogs with them. Both Coronian and Arcadian barracks have been training these war dogs for years now. They have gone out on more missions than a lot of you, so treat them as your equal. That said, you all have a month to prepare alongside the dogs for this mission. After today, you'll be given all maps and documents concerning your assignment, and within the next 7 days, I expect to see your plan A, B and C's about how you would go on with your mission. From there, your plans will be reviewed and revised during the second week. Week 3 and 4 will be used to practice, prepare and go over your plans as if you were on the field, and because this mission is of utmost importance, we will give you all real-life simulations of what you might experience by using the newly built military training estate, which has several underground compartments within it that lead to some exits in the forest. That's it for your missions. If you have any more questions, just ask away. If not, the meeting will end here. Remember, I expect to see your plans on my desk before 4 p.m. 7 days from now. The team that fails to do so will be withdrawn from the mission. So do your best. Yes, sir. Good. Any questions? The men all got ready for their missions eagerly. But unbeknownst to them, another big storm seemed to be coming Baymard's way instead. Chapter 765 Never Giving Up. Outskirts of Arcadina's capital city. In a small but luxurious estate, the atmosphere was entirely gloomy. The gloomy atmosphere was so brittle that it could literally snap in half. Even though everyone was moving, there was only silence. No one dared to speak for fear of getting their mistress's attention. In the massive room within the largest building in the estate, several men in black all stood quietly. What was there to say? At this point, speaking won't cut it right now. All they could do was wait for the storm to pass. The beautifully decorated room that was meant to make them feel honored, now made them feel like they were in the pit of hell. And at the center of the room, a well-endowed woman was constantly moving back and forth in rage. The beautiful 30-something-year-old woman looked like a demon unleashed from hell. Her thoughts went wild, and soon, she ran towards her previous ornaments and went crazy on them. Crash, 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 crash. The sounds of expensive clay pieces breaking filled the quiet room, creating dreadful music that seemed to have stopped time on its own. Crash. How dare those worthless buffoons deny my request? Who do they think they are? Without me, would they have been able to keep their positions for this long? Crash. Who do they think they are? How dare those good-for-nothings betray me? Crash, 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 crash. Apostrophe underscore. The woman exploded in fury once she'd the report from her men. Her eyes were bloodshot and her body trembled violently as she kept throwing all her valuable ornament on the floor and walls. Her men on the other hand, skillfully ducked, jumped and did other moves in order to avoid the many flying objects coming their way. You see, when their mistress typically lashed out, she had no sense of direction. She was just shooting these objects anywhere her hand desired. If they were ordinary knights or even servants, then they would probably have died, got injured, or sh themselves. But they were trained assassins who have been with their mistress for at least 7 years now. Crash. How dare they? How dare those mother-effers? There were no more ornaments to break, so the woman looked at the large broken pieces on the floor, picked them up and threw them again. Crash, 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 crash. At this point, she didn't even notice that her hands were all bloodied up. Eliza's breath grew heavy the more she thought about her situation. Not too long ago, she was still hailed as the glorious second queen. But now, she was someone whose power had been stripped off by that William bastard. That's right. All the men who were given to her right from the time she became second queen, as well as all the men who had been added throughout her reign via official means, were taken back in a heartbeat. The only people left were those who followed her from her noble clan into the palace. Of course, she also had a few more men that have been training in secret too. But the sad thing was that the total number only comes up to 3,000 men. 3,000? That was even less than what any measly baron had. Talk less of discounts, marquises, earls, dukes and whatnot. Then how could she, a former queen, have less than a lower-ranked title? What could 3,000 men do against any noble with power? She, queen. No, she, the now Duchess Eliza, was presently stressed beyond her years. But how could she give up? No way. She would never give up. The thing that irked her the most was that this wasn't nearly enough for her master plan. How could she sit back here when her beloved son, Connor, was locked away in Baymard? She has had countless imaginations about him being locked up in a dirty dungeon without food and water. They probably starved her poor baby to death and beat him up cruelly every day. His wounds might even be rotten, with all sorts of rodents nibbling on his flesh. They probably slit off his fingers, toes and other body parts as torture while keeping him alive. Do they blind him by plucking out his eyes and feeding them to the chickens? What about his tongue? Do they slice it up and force him to chew on it? What did they do to her baby? Baymardian prison guards, Eliza's mind was all over the place. Her baby was probably be all skin and bones at this point. So the more time she wasted, the more frightened she was. Eliza took in a big gulp of air and tried to calm down, and soon, she regained her harmless noble appearance once more. The moment she pushed her fallen hair starkness off her face, several prints of blood from her hands stained her delicate fair cheeks, creating a deep contrast. Who would believe that she was the same person who was going crazy earlier on? Eliza carefully walked away from the broken pieces and took a seat. Very well. Since it has gotten to this point, then those left her with no other choice. Tell me, is that all they said? The leader of the assassins stepped forward. Yes, mistress. That was all. Ha 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 ha. How wonderful. Truly a bunch of loyal dogs. So after I took out my precious time to rally them, they still declined my request? Hey! Weren't they the ones who begged and volunteered to be Connor's supporters all these years? What have we not given them? From money, women, opportunities and everything else. They've had it all. Their businesses have been booming because of my protection, and their noble clans have gotten even more prestige because of me. And now that my son needs them, they dare refuse to help. Mistress, your loyal servant can get rid of them if you desire. No, right now, they'll be on alert since they turned us down. And besides, we need to focus more on your young master down in Baymard. We need more men. Speaking of that, Scylla, has your man accepted the request yet? Yes, mistress, he did. The venomous butterfly assassins have accepted the request. From what I was told, they will send a total of 300 assassins to break into the so-called Baymardian prison. Eliza frowned. I heard that you can't bring weapons into Baymard, so will they really be able to succeed? Mistress, don't forget that even a kitchen knife is a weapon. Besides, I have complete trust that even without any weapon, they would be able to properly break into the prison zone. All they need to do is safely get into Baymard, blend into the crowd and strike when the time comes. Good. We'll follow them down to Baymard as well. I want to see how those have treated my son. If he has suffered any sort of injury, then we will make them pay after the young master takes the throne back. For now, we wait in the dark for the day when we will collect our debts back. Soon, we will have our revenge. Chapter 766. Still alive? While Eliza's and her henchmen were preparing to invade Baymard's prison, yet another person was thinking of Baymard too. The capital city, the Empire of Yoden. McLean sat in his office and quickly went over a few documents here and there. Since Sirius had gone out on official business, he, as Yoden's king father, had to overlook some things until King Sirius was back. Knock, knock, knock. King father, it is I, Randolph. McLean dropped his pen and looked at the iron door. Soon, a young knight rushed towards him with several newspapers in his hands. McLean looked at them and smiled. Once a week, he would buy several stacks of newspapers for himself because they truly fascinated him. Merchants sold Baymardian newspapers which had both local and international news on it too, with tiny pictures here and there throughout the 40-page newspapers. It was truly a wonder and a treasure to those in power because the news they got from here was powerful. It wasn't just McLean who bought them, as several nobles in Yoden and other empires focused their attention thereto. Yes, these newspapers reported old news of several months ago. But so what? These newspapers were godly artifacts to many. In truth, some of the news was new to them. Especially McLean. He learnt about things that happened in all the empires, not just Yoden. And what truly surprised him was that these Baymardians reported murder, and other cases, reportedly telling the civilians and peasants to stay away from these criminals if they ever saw them. The newspapers hardly reported any nobles, as it focused on psychopaths who were only out to slaughter their way through villages and towns for fear of getting caught. Of course, some civilians who saw this news quickly spread the word and paid attention to how these criminals looked. No matter where these serial killers went, many now knew their faces. There was also news about some temple of Adonis in an entirely different continent which made McLean's eyeballs almost fall out. There was even a picture of the temple's leader, as well as a detailed list of their beliefs and crimes. Of course, the newspaper had strongly opposed their beliefs, making everyone also believe that this temple was ridiculous as well. Again, there was a section talking about how people with disabilities got cured. The newspaper went all in, convincing people to stop being so wicked to the sick. For sure, product advertisements were the two, which made many want to buy these goods too. Again there was more in health, safety, job listings, new policies and so on. What made McLean in awe was how these Baymardian newspapers knew that some villages and towns here in his own empire had been slaughtered by bandits, cultists and whatnot. What was even more shocking was that these Baymardians reported murder cases. At first, he didn't believe them. But every time he sent people to verify these claims, the results were astonishing. Did these Baymardians have spies in every city, town and village within the Pino continent? That was just impossible. Even a ruler, would it be able to do that because there were hundreds of thousands of them in just one empire? That's why sometimes, they didn't even know what areas were suffering within their empires. Talk less about knowing the situation within other empires. So the thought of these Baymardians having so many spies was outrageous. And even if they did, how was the news relayed back this fast? The whole thing left McLean very confused and intrigued about Baymard. It was just that he had never been there before because of this busy schedule. Of course, he knew he would go there, but not now. All in all, everyone quickly took the sayings in the newspapers as if they were the gospel. Especially those who had investigated these events. They could only bow to Baymard at this point for its quick info skills. Even their empires couldn't get this much information in such a short period. And the key is that no newspaper is the same. Some might give updates on a particular situation, but none were the same. That alone meant that their intelligence collecting group was frightening. King Father, the royal merchant sent 4 newspapers today. Great. Give them to me. McLean held his babies delicately while pushing his reports away. You may go now. Yes, King Father. The knight bowed and walked away. Bam. The moment the door closed, McLean took out his scissors and snipped the strings holding all 4 newspapers together. As usual, he had to pick up the best amongst them and read that one before going to the next. So with that in mind, he took the first one, briefly flipped through the titles and picked the next newspaper again. He did so until he reached the last one, and on the 3rd page, his fingers paused. He looked at the figure in the picture and stood up in shock. Bubum, Bubum. McLean gripped his heart painfully. His tyrannical heartbeat somehow echoed in his ears, as regret swelled up inside of him. He caressed the picture and sighed. Would she forgive him? McLean looked out the window seemingly lost in thought. As for the woman in the picture, she was none other than Mother Winnie, his ex-wife who he drove away years back. He also disowned her children too, and all this time, he had never bothered about where they were, so seeing her brought a wave of memories that he wished he never remembered. She has driven away because several people claim to have seen her with a man in her courtyard. Again, there was incriminating evidence that proved her guilty. And when she was questioned, she neither begged nor cried. She just stood there saying things like, "Believe what you want to believe." The woman didn't even bother to deny or confirm anything, which only infuriated him more and more. Also, if he still kept her as his wife, then he would be a laughingstock amongst his people. How can a king such as himself wear a green hat? No way. That's why he broke off their marriage. It was only after a year and a half that he knew she was innocent. Sirius personally came to the capital, investigated and confirmed that she was indeed innocent. But the real culprit who caused everything was still unknown to him. Of course, Sirius didn't tell him that it was his first wife, Queen Ivy. McLean was very regretful over what he had done, but he quickly got over it. After all, he had 6 wives who gave him 24 children. So why should he be too hung up on it? Amongst his children, he only cared about his first 5 sons and his first 5 daughters too. And the children he had disowned were the 9th and 17th child who he spoke to at most 5 times since their birth. They weren't competing for the throne, and they weren't engaged to other princes from other empires or major nobles. So what use was it for him to know so many children? He was a very busy man and had no time for them, so he focused on the first 5 princes and princesses. With 24 children in total, he didn't even know some of their names. Such is the life of a harem ruler. Seeing Mother Winnie's picture made him nostalgic. It seems that she was doing quite well in Baymard. McLean gripped the newspaper and decided to take a trip there as soon as possible. At first, he thought he could wait before visiting. But after reading about Winnie, he decided to go. Of course, McLean wasn't the only one who was shocked. Somewhere in McLean's estate. Crash. How is this BCH still alive? Gather some head and send them over right away. I want her dead. Yes, mistress. In another corner in McLean's estate. Ha 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 ha, wretch. So this was your plan all along. You've been gathering forces in the dark in attempts to deal with me, right? Not a chance. I will never give you a chance to seek revenge. Polo, you know what to do. Yes, mistress. It shall be done. Another corner in the same estate. Why are the heavens so unfair? Why is she living better than I am? No, if I'm in this hell then she too has to join me as well. I want her dead. Dead, dead, dead. You all have to kill her for me. Go now. Yes, mistress. A storm was once again gearing towards Baymard. And just like that, several days went by in a flash. Landon smiled calmly before warping out of his office. Now, it was time for his mission to officially begin. Chapter 768 Exercise Charge. The knights quickly took advantage of the explosions and began their counterattack. Sirius and Asta joined them just as planned. Ha 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 ha. I knew Brother Landon was a superhero. Just as he said, the enemy had 3 fractions. Now we just have to follow the plan. HMHM. Just follow the plan. Sirius replied before separating with several other men. Asta nodded and headed straight for the enemy's first team, which was composed of warriors. Perfect. He had eaten a tad bit too much, so why not do a little exercise? Asta's aide looked at him helplessly. Your Highness, can you just use a sword? Why? I like using my hands. Your Highness, we need to ensure that they're dead, so you must use a sword. Asta pouted. Fine, I'll beat them, steal their sword and stab them. Smelly Cal, are you happy now? Carl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your Highness, why are you making it seem like I'm forcing you to bully others? As your aide, I'm doing this for your sake. All right. Asta, who didn't know what his aide was thinking, quickly spotted 2 foes coming his way. Die. Pap. In a flash, Asta sent the first one flying. His natural strength directly knocked the guy towards more incoming enemies like bowling pins. Some passed and looked at Esther in shock. What sort of strength was this, brother? So you drink a strengthening potion or something? Esther placed his hands on his face and yelled out anxiously, I forgot. I have to kill them. So does that mean that I can't send them too far away? Alright then. I'll only punch them a little before taking them out. Now, let's kill. With that, Esther began the battle for real this time. His entire aura changed from his original playful nature. Even the enemy couldn't help but feel anxious. Was this still the same seemingly harmless person that they had just targeted? They ran towards him thinking that he would be an easy kill. But who knew that they would meet a big fat pretender? Brother, you were definitely trying to set us up, weren't you? Esther didn't give them any time to think. He rushed towards the closest one, dodged his sword attack and punched the enemy's face. The enemy was about to fly away, but Esther used his other hand to hold into him. Like lightning, he took the enemy's dagger out of his dagger sheath and sliced the enemy's throat off all in 5 seconds. The poor guy struggling and gasping for air. His hands instinctively dropped his sword and hurriedly tried to hold his throat in an attempt to have his life. There was air all around him, but he couldn't breathe it in. He was drowning in a vacuum void with no air to take in. He tried to in air from his mouth and nostrils, but nothing changed. Panic and fear were all that engulfed him. The blood from his throat splattered on Esther's face, making it look murderous. And while the man was still struggling for air, Esther quickly positioned the poor dude's body in front of him as a shield. The struggling man was accidentally stabbed by his one comrade. Esther quickly pushed his shield onto his new foe and used the dead shield's sword to stab the bastard's side belly. The enemy didn't even have enough time to react before his head was slit off. Slice. Clean and simple. Just like that, Esther moved sleepily across the battleground. How dare you? Slice. Do you know who I am? Today, I'll show you that little boys like you shouldn't be on the battlefield. Taste my blade. You can't kill me. If my masters know, they will never let you off. Listen to me. Even if you all succeed today, my superiors will surely hunt you down forever. So why not work for us instead? Does your majesty Sirius pay you well? Join us and you can have whatever you desire: women, beautiful estates, wealth, ships, and power. All this can be yours. Wait. Why are you moving like that? No, you can't kill me. You can't. Ban. ////:TT0TT. Esther bloodied the entire scene along with his team as they targeted the already lightly injured foes. The previous explosions had already sprained and injured some of them, so 50% of them were struggling against Esther and his men during the battle. They were truly at a disadvantage. More still, they knew that there was no backup on the way, so they were all on their own. They gritted their teeth and swung their swords viciously. But they still lost way more men than Esther and the rest. The entire battleground was chaotic. Esther did his own thing, while Sirius battled on a different region as well. And as for Landon, well, he was currently on his way to deal with the enemy's leader, Captain Shai. It was just that Shai was surrounded by 300 men. Their men were part of the backup team. Of course the other had gone down to help their comrades, while 300 guarded Shai. Fair enough, he too needed some exercise as well. Shai looked at him coldly. Boy, I don't know who you are, but I advise you not to test my patience. Do you know how stupid you are for coming here? Before the battle broke out, we already outnumbered you all. We came with 2,000 men, while you on the other hand came with a measly 800. And even though 1/3 of us were heavily injured or dead, we still have close to 1,400 men still fighting out there. So if you think that someone will come and rescue you, then I can only say that you're more stupid than you look. Hey, shouldn't you listen to what I have to say before you insult me? Who said that I was expecting any backup? Shai was taken aback before sneering. I know your type. You probably want to fight me one-on-one in hopes of killing me and getting some huge honor from His Majesty. Serious, right? You want to use me as a stepping ground for your success. You want my men to watch from the side while you use some underhand scheme to take me out. Right? Bro, do I look like that kind of person? What I want is to fight all of you at once. Everyone's face turned black. Was he insinuating that 300 of them weren't as good as he was? Wasn't he just looking down on their skills? How bold. Landon smiled confidently and crossed his hands over his chest. That's right. I want to fight everyone at once. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. So, what do you say? Chapter 769 Two-Sword Style. That's right. I want to fight everyone at once. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. 22. So, what do you say? Ha 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 ha. Shai laughed wickedly before coldly staring at Landon. Did you hear him? He thinks he's worthy enough to take us all together. But since he's looking for a beating, then why should we disappoint him? Harry, take him down. Looking at this sort of idiot hurts my eyes. Yes, Captain. Leave it to me. The biggest and baddest amongst Shai's men pushed his way out of the crowd and glared at Landon hatefully. Crack, crack. Capuai. A cracking sound echoed out when he tilted his neck from left to right, and after spitting in manly fashion, he arrogantly stood before Landon, as if he were a giant. He very much enjoyed the pleasure he got from looking down at his enemy. From his height and body size alone, it was clear to see that he had an intimidating look. Boy, since you dared to insult us, then don't even think of getting a swift death. As for you going easy on us, sorry but we don't need it because I alone will be able to take you down. So come at me with everything that you've got. Landon looked at the giant before him and smiled playfully. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I wouldn't want to come across as a bully. But since you say so, then you only have yourselves you blame. Stop looking down on us and fight. Ding. Their swords collided fiercely, and shockingly, the giant found that he had been pushed back a bit. What was this situation? Everyone felt like it was a little inconceivable. Just by judging from their size and muscles, this shouldn't have been able to push their man back. So how? The giant, who was now embarrassed and angry, decided to strike again fiercely. But this time, Landon caught his sword with just 2 fingers. What? Everyone watching looked at Landon's fingers in shock. How was this even possible? How could he catch the sword with just 2 fingers? What sort of workout were his fingers doing daily? This was all an illusion, right? Many blinked and wiped their eyes again just to be sure. Some even stretched their necks forward just to confirm that his fingers were indeed touching the blade. This was too magical, right? Even the giant felt like he was dreaming as well. He tried to pull his sword back but it just wouldn't budge. Just how strong was this guy? Fear slowly danced its way into the giant's heart, but his pride and ego were still far greater than anything else. So he gritted his teeth and decided not to give up. He raised his left in an attempt to kick Landon. But before he could make his move, Landon, who was still holding the enemy's sword, swiftly sent the sword in his other hand straight into his enemy's heart. The big giant dropped to his knees and looked at Landon in disbelief. The fight hadn't even taken up to a minute, and he was already slain just like that. His body turned cold and soon all his strength left his body. Bam! The giant had fallen. Everyone looked at the scene in silence. This was one of their best men, so how could he be slain so easily? Shai realized that he had underestimated this bastard. Landon pouted pitifully at them. Guys, I told you all to come at me at once, right? If we go one by one, wouldn't it take forever? How about I want to take everyone at once? Shai coldly glanced at Landon. You 12, deal with him. Yes, Captain, they exclaimed in unison. Sigh. It looks like you just don't learn, Landon said. While watching all 12 enemies carefully circle him, he smiled and picked the giant's sword. Now, he had 2 swords. He couldn't go but think that if he had an extra sword in his mouth, wouldn't he be Roronoa Zora in one piece? Alright guys, face my 2-sword technique. Rushing mountain. Tup, 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 tup. Landon charged forward, creating light footsteps, and like an overbearing mountain, his sword killed off his opponents in a single slash. Sliak, sliak, sliak. Heads rolled off and blood flowed. He was but a single person, yet all 12 men were now headless. Like the wind, Landon was swift. Seeing this, Shai's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone, attack together. I don't believe that he will actually be able to kill us all. Amidst their clamoring, Landon smiled broadly. Finally, I can get serious. Everyone who heard him almost stumbled in disbelief. Bro, why are you so terrible? What do you mean by saying that you didn't take it seriously before? Were you actually playing previously? Everyone looked pitifully at all 13 fallen comrades. If they knew that the person who killed them had done so while joking around, what would they do? It was one thing to lose in a serious battle and as a brave warrior that even the enemy respects. But when you die under something who took you as a joke and casually played you to death, wasn't this one of the bigger insults of all time? Everyone secretly sent their condolences to their fallen comrades, who knew that they would meet such a wicked foe. Landon couldn't care less about what these people were thinking of. The corner of his mouth turned slightly, as he dashed towards the men like crazy. Slash, pa, bam. Motherfucker. You die for me. What the hell? Is he even human? Who is this guy? Why won't you just die? Bloody hell. How can this guy's stamina be the same as when he began fighting? Shouldn't it be lower? How are we supposed to take advantage of this and strike him if he is this energetic? I don't believe it. I don't believe that we won't be able to scratch him at least once. Die. Slash, slash, slash. Times. Chapter 770 Shays Disper slash, 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 Xox. The massacre continued with everyone now believing that this really had the ability to take on all 301 of them without a hitch. What was he, an immortal? Why was this sort of person working by Sirius' side? Shai gritted his teeth and hurriedly seized a bow and began shooting Landon like crazy. Whether his men were hit or not, he didn't care. What was important was dealing with this dangerous fellow. This sort of person could be a big problem for the temple now that he was by Sirius' side. Such a person who could take out so many people on his own without a scratch was like a walking army. No one he knew had this capability. Not even Yoden's #1 assassin could do this one-on-one. So it's clear that this mysterious guy might be in charge of Sirius' hidden forces. That's why he had to get rid of him now. Shai knew very well what was at stake if he let any one of these men escape tonight. One should know that the temple planned to take care of Sirius now, before slowly dealing with McLean and the other powerful nobles in opposition later on. They planned to completely control Yoden by June of next year. And they planned to do all this with the element of surprise. So letting Sirius or any of his men escape would only push their plans even further. Of course, they had complete assurance that they would eventually take over Yoden, but without the element of surprise, that could take more time or years. McLean would definitely fight with all he had if he learned that they were the ones who killed Sirius. As of now, even though McLean knew of the temple's existence, he had never suspected them of any mutiny. Firstly, the temple had existed for hundreds of years, just like the noble clans, and through their history, even though they were powerful and mysterious, they had never been against the royals. In fact, some 400 years ago, they helped defend Yoden from a massive fleet of sea pirates that had joined forces with each other, wanting Yoden as a new pirate empire for all pirates. The temple had mysteriously handled this, and even though the royals at the time were skeptical and on guard against them, nothing ever happened for the next 400 years. So the royals had always concluded that the temple just wanted to peacefully live alongside them. But of course, they were wrong. All that time, the temple was still very weak, even though it gave off a mysterious powerful vibe. They were slowly spreading their influence throughout Yoden and had even branched out to Deiferus. The temple had always fought battles that they were sure to win. If the odds weren't on their side by at least 90%, then they would never engage in anything and just lay in wait patiently. They never gambled, as everything they did was a success. Their will and beliefs had been passed on from generation to generation with only one goal in mind. And now they were finally ready to make their move with everything that they had. Anyway, McLean never doubted this mysterious temple because they had never made any attempts on the throne. Secondly, this temple constantly received a ton of money yearly in the name of the empire. McLean and all the rulers before him did so because they always felt that temple was stronger than them. From history, the temple had constantly dealt with threatening situations that even they couldn't do. So didn't this mean that the temple had more forces than them? Unbeknownst to them, all those issues were actually started up by the temple in hopes of cementing their image. All these problems were swiftly and mysteriously dealt with, which led the royals to fear and respect the temple even more. So they started paying out protection fees. And the temple used this money to expand and grow even further. Everything went according to their plans. That said, they had made the royals who knew of their existence to believe that they wouldn't go against them. At first, one might keep their guard up, but after 200 years, 400 years and even 600 years, the royals had dropped their guards down as the years went by, since they were convinced that the temple just wanted to live peacefully. For sure, there were over 10 reasons why McLean wouldn't suspect them. So they had the full advantage of attacking him by surprise. Now, if someone escaped and alerted McLean, then all wouldn't lose. Their plans for conquering Yoden would be pushed back, and a full-scale battle will commence. And that's why they wanted to avoid, because what if another empire or major force decides to help McLean? The gameplay would now be changed, lowering their chance of success. That's why surprise attacks were the best strategic way to go. So tonight, they must kill everyone. No one could escape. Thup, 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 thup. Why can't any of you just land one hit on him? Why are you all taking my arrows instead? Are you stupid? Open your eye, morons. Thup, 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 thup. Shai crazily shot Landon several times, but none managed to hit him. Instead, they pierced through the bodies of his men. One by one, they fell, leaving Shai in a mess. Die. Why won't you just die? Stand still if you are a real man. Landon smoothly dodged all sword attacks and incoming arrows while killing his enemies too. And soon, the group of 300 men dwindled to just 10 men in the space of 5 minutes. Every move Landon did was a kill move, and coupled with the raining arrows, the group of 300 died down quickly. Slash, 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 slash. Shai almost had a heart attack just from looking at the scene. Why won't this son of a BCH die? Seeing that only 2 men were now fighting Landon, Shai silently dropped his bow and stealthily advanced towards them. This was his chance. This had to die. Chapter 771. Shai's unwillingness. A murderous light flashed in Shai's eyes as he slowly advanced towards the fight stealthily. Just like a lion engaging on its prey, he too made sure that his steps were light. He gripped his sword tightly in his hand, and when he was very close to his target, he swiftly made his move. Ting. What? Shai was stumped. Did this have eyes at the back of his head or something? Landon, who had just finished killing off the rest, blocked Shai's attack and kicked his knees hard. The kick was so hard that Shai felt like his bones had literally shattered. As mighty as he was, that kick sent him rolling on the ground until his back fiercely attacked a tree. You son of a BCH. Was this bastard's leg made out of iron or something? Was he now crippled? Landon didn't give any chances for Shai to get back on his feet. The moment he hit the tree, Landon, who was now standing above him, kicked his face, sending him flying to the side again. Shai wiped the trail of blood off his face in disbelief and rage. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know what rank and title I have in this empire? Looking at the raving man who was struggling to get up, Landon just slowly walked over with a broad smile on his face. Oh? You want to compare positions with me? Hey, you're not worthy. Landon kicked Shai like a toy until he was dizzy. Shai spat out blood and tried to raise his sword against Landon, but it was no use. Who asked him to go against the heavens? Stop, stop, stop. Listen to me. Landon paused and slowly retracted his fists while watching the bloodied Shai breathe heavily. What do you want to say that I've never heard before? Let me guess, you want to offer me money, women, ships and other luxurious items, right? No. Oh? Then what is it? Speak. My time is limited. Shai looked at Landon's nonchalant attitude and gritted his teeth. This guy was so annoying. I know you won't value material objects. So how about a chance to become stronger? From my reports, there should be no one like you by Sirius' side. But yet here you are. Looking at you now, you probably have some sort of backstory. Men like you love freedom the most. That's why you decided to join His Majesty Sirius, right? Oh? How interesting. You're right. I do love freedom. Shai's eyes lit up when he heard Landon's reply. As expected, he was right. Men who were this powerful hated to be controlled by anyone. Shai revealed his teeth and smiled at Landon calmly. His Majesty Sirius is someone who has his own ideas and is very flexible when it comes to his people. So you were probably given some degree of freedom that was way better than what others offered. So that's what made you stay by his side all this while. It's not because of your loyalty, but because he offered you the best conditions. But what if we were to offer you more? Are you saying that you can offer me better conditions? Shai nodded his head vigorously. Yes, my master can. Shai was smiling so hard that his jaws almost cracked open. From the moment he heard Landon's questions, he knew that his guesses were right. How could such an outstanding person be loyal to Sirius? Even though he didn't know how Landon looked, something told him that this person in black was a young man who had some dreams of his own. So why not pick on those dreams and turn this situation around? Shai was overly confident that his plans will succeed. Yes, my masters will be able to give you absolute freedom. So if you decide to help me now and kill him, then you can request for whatever you desire. Even if it's absolute freedom. Ha 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 ha. I've got you now, bastard. Even if you do join us, I'll torture you properly before ever allowing you to step foot out of the temple's residences. You think that you can hit me and get away with it? Dream on. Opposite to Shai's inward thoughts, Ko's outward appearance showed an inviting smile instead. Brother, everything I've wanted is just an answer away. So what's it going to be? Landon looked at the floor as if lost in thought before looking at Shai again with a broad smile on his face. I'm honored that you're already calling me brother. But sorry, I was only messing with you, all right? Shai pointed at Landon in rage. You shameless bastard. How dare you mess with me? The amount of anger stored on Shai's heart could kill an entire nation right about now. But thinking about how this had been playing him all this while made him like out blood. Landon looked at him awkwardly. Did he do too much? It looked like he did too much. You trickster. You fraudster. You swindler. I'll kill you. I'll effing kill you. Shai's anger was to the point that he didn't feel the pain from his body anymore. All he wanted to do was kill this scoundrel. But how could it be that easy? In a heartbeat, Landon dogged his attack, gripped his right hand and broke it. Crack. Landon kicked his knee again before finally handcuffing him. Shai looked at his hands in confusion. What was this? Shai was dragged towards the battlefield, and the moment he saw the ongoing battle, he was in disbelief. His men were fighting for their dear lives and seemed to be overpowered by Sirius men. He had more men than the enemy. So how did it turn out like this? Was this an illusion? Shai couldn't believe Ko's eyes. No. He was the great Captain Shai, so how could he lose? He was unconvinced. The battle didn't go on for long and ended in Sirius' favor. Shai screamed with rage at the top of his lungs. But so what? He had lost. And since he wasn't willing to share my important information about the temple, he was personally beheaded by Sirius. Keeping him alive would be too risky, even if he had information. They quickly searched all the bodies and took all items on them, and after all was said and done, Landon finally left. Well, his mission was halfway over now. Up next, he had to take out the temple from the roots. Chapter 772 Curious visitors. In a blink of an eye, 2 more weeks had gone by swiftly, with the entire Baymard getting busy as usual. It was now the 2nd week of August, and everyone was preparing for some major occasion. Shanks Road, Baymard. The air was hot, the trees were vibrant, the flowers were bright and the atmosphere was cheerful. It was indeed a wonderful sunny day. Din, 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 tuke up, tuke up, tuke up. On Shanks Road, Several streams of carriages, horses and people could be seen on all road lanes and sidewalks. Some were leaving while others were heading towards Baymard's capital city instead. Going, my goodness Kalu, these roads really make one comfortable. Ever since we left Riverdale City, we haven't even encountered any bump on the road. It's like magic. Magic? It's more like a heavenly creation. Just look at how organized the roads are now. With this setup, everyone can go to their destination without bumping into others. The person who came up with this must be a genius. His Majesty Landon Bunshaw is something else. Let's not even talk about the setup. Just look at the road's smooth black layer. Do you know what materials were used to make it? Even the road signs and sideways are beautifully done and positioned smartly. So this can only mean that the road's creator must be an unparalleled scholar. Wait, Baron Jacob, weren't you a former baron in Baymard? Was this how the roads used to be? How can it be this good? Yeah, I'm also curious as well. Within a luxurious carriage, 3 barons were currently looking at their friend curiously. If the road leading to Baymard's capital city was this good, then what more of the city itself? They all looked at their friend inquisitively. As for Baron Jacob, he too was surprised as well. One has to know that he used to be a baron in Baymard. At that time, he and the other nobles made extra money on the side from selling the ores to Santa. The money they got from the Empire was never enough for them, who tried to expand their power. But with the ores, they became rich secretly. Of course, all that changed when they received letters from the capital, saying that their duty posts had changed. One had to know that a few months before Landon was 15, they received letters telling them to pack their things and head out to other cities and towns as arranged. They were to settle in those areas and assist the town or city lords in whatever way they could. In other words, if they were to continue staying after knowing that the abandoned prince was coming over, then they would be skinned alive by Alec. So of course he left alongside several others. But, while some were posted around the Western Territories, others got sent far away to the Eastern Territories. And unfortunately, he was one of them. The journey was a long and boring one, but at least he was posted to a little town that had people within title rank. So he wasn't bullied at all and had even made new friends. Without a doubt, if he had gone to a large city like others, they would have been tossed around by those earls, viscounts, city lords and whatnot. In a way, compared to the rest, he got the better deal out of everyone else. As for the changes in Baymard, he too had been shocked stupid when he heard about it back in his town. And when he saw the many picture booklets and objects from merchants, he couldn't believe his eyes. The newspapers and so many pictures made him deny that it wasn't the same Baymard that he knew of. How did they do it? Well, the answer laid with the abandoned prince that everyone looked down on. He even heard that these Baymardians were paid way better and all lived luxurious and glamorous lives. Damn, if he had known, he would have never left Baymard. But then again, His Majesty Alec would definitely have his head for it. Alec Bun was still king, so it was always best to tread carefully. Anyway, he had been traveling for 7.5 months now from Arcadina's Eastern Territory. He truly wanted to see for himself how different Baymard was. At first, he thought that people overhyped the wonders in Baymard and they might have even painted those images in books to be somewhat exaggerated. But just from the roads leading to Baymard's capital city, he could already see its glory. Jacob helplessly looked at his brothers who were all looking at him with burning gazes. Brothers, I'm being serious. When I left, the roads were still filled with potholes and cracks. It was never like this. Are you sure? Of course. I swear on my ancestors that it's completely true. HMPH. Well, we will believe you for now. That said, what about your estate there? Yeah. Didn't you say that you had an estate within the upper region? Do you think that it would still be available after all these years? I think we should just check into those hotel things that we've been hearing all about. After checking in, we can go take a look at the estate. Who knows, maybe it was left all alone over the years. Jacob nodded. I agree, let's do that instead before figuring things out later. Anyway, I didn't really care about the estate since I had considered it as lost property. Have you all forgotten why we came? Of course not. Why would we want to start trouble when he came here with good intentions? Finally, we get to see this city of miracles. So how can we mess it up? Everyone tastefully nodded in agreement. They were just small barons within Arcadina. So how could they come to another empire to cause trouble? If they did so, Alec wouldn't even bother sending people to save them. Talk less of avenging them. So they dared not. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I'll see the magical light thing that everyone talks about. For me, I want to see the magical cold box that keeps food intact. I heard that it can freeze anything even in this hot summer. It's definitely the most exciting thing to see. Phew, are you stupid? How can that be the best? Haven't you heard of the moving carriages called trains? I heard that they're so big that they can keep hundreds of people in them at once. What? Aren't you mistaken? I heard that they can keep a total of 5 people. So how did it become 100? You local champion. You're talking about a car and not a train. Who are you calling a local champion? Car, train, whatever. What's the difference anyway? You're just saying that to make yourself seem more knowledgeable. Who are you trying to fool, idiot? Chapter 773 Shocking news. All 4 men continued their journey on Shanks Road until they finally saw the tall overbearing city walls. Magnificent. Jacob looked at it in confusion. How come the walls are different from what he remembered? Was he experiencing memory loss? Or was this an entirely new city wall? No. Why was he so confused? This wall must have been the same one that had stood here for ages. It just had to be. That was the only way that it would make sense. After all, building a stone wall of this caliber would require workers to chisel and carry the stones onto the walls, which might take many years to do. So this must be the same wall. If that's the case, then did his memory have a problem? Sigh. It looked like he was getting old, said the 38-years-old Baron. Jacob repeatedly convinced himself that this was the case. But when he stepped into King's Landing, his reasoning collapsed. What? How? When? Why? The buildings, the structures, the roads, the uniforms, the magical doors, and everything else made him realize that this wasn't the Baymard that he was well accustomed to. His shock couldn't be described at all. It wasn't just him. His friends were also going nuts as well. All the way from the landport to their 4-star hotel, they had been pointing, giggling, jumping and looking around the city in excitement. Even their guards who they brought on this trip with them found it hard to fully concentrate on their jobs of protecting their masters because they too were filled with curiosity and enthusiasm. It was truly hard. Wow, is the cold box that you mentioned? Look, when I open it up, a light comes on in it. Wait, close it and gently open it again. Quick, let's take a peek and see how the light inside comes on. Damn it, the light came on before we could see anything. Guys, this is the holy fountain that I've been hearing about. Look, once the tap is turned, clean, fresh water flows out like magic. Whoa, but that's not all. The magical fountain can produce both hot and cold water, so we don't need to boil the water before taking a bath. Awesome. Hey guys, can you believe that this thing here can heat or cool the room depending on our choices? Wait, doesn't that mean that those living here don't need to bring firewood into their homes during winter? What kind of lives are these people living? How great is this? Hey, forget about that. Let's put on the T.V and see this cable thing. Haven't you heard? Even though we have our Baymardian T.versus back home, those only have what they call recorded movies and shows. But in Baymard, they also have what they call cable that shows live news. Then what are you waiting for? Quick, go to the international news. Here's the guide. Look, guys. Look at the TV. They're reporting that His Majesty Alec Barn is dead. What? How? Quick, turn up the volume. With that, Jacob anxiously increased it. This just in. The famous tyrant, His Majesty Alec Barn has been permanently put to rest once and for all. At the same time, the T.V screen switched to a short video of Alec and some nobles being led to the execution ground. The boos from the people within the T.V were so loud and filled with hatred. It also showed a speech that William made, promising to do better and treat his people with fairness, be it the citizens or nobles. William's speech made them know that big changes would occur in Arcadina from now henceforth. What surprised everyone was that William also thanked Baymard for their hospitality and help. He even went as far as confirming that he had indeed signed a treaty with Baymard. Of course, the T.V station would never show the clips where Alec and the rest lost their heads. Children were watching, okay? Anyway, from what they show, everyone got the gist of it. The tyrant was finally dead. Everyone was shocked, even Connor and Eli, who were now seeing the news too. Even though they knew that Alec had lost, seeing the whole thing still seemed surreal. Was that the same person who gave them nightmares growing up? How did he become so thin and weak before his death? The newspaper company had already started thinking of tomorrow's headlines just from the clips alone. Hateful tyrant kills his own son and rubs it on his wife's face. New ruler emerges from Arcadina. Is he the one? Shocking. The truth comes to light. Tyrant killed his father and also attempted to kill his brother years back. Jacob and the rest continued watching in a daze. The air turned stagnant and their bodies trembled vigorously. Brothers, is he really dead? Are we dreaming? I must be dreaming. This is Alec freaking Bond that we're talking about. So how can this be real? I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. You all aren't real. This is just a dream. This is just a silence. What did you do that for? Didn't you say that you were dreaming? Even I started to think that this was a dream, so I just wanted to make sure. Now, we're sure that we are awake. You're welcome. TTTT. Hob massaged his swollen jaw pitifully. Even if you wanted to make sure, why did you have to slap me that hard? I almost lost a tooth there. But you didn't you? Alright guys. Calm down. Why are you two always on each other's necks? Whether we believe it or not, the facts are right before us. He's finally dead and long gone. This calls for a celebration. Yeah. Bring out that Pendleton whiskey over there. It's perfect for the occasion. With that, they switched from the international news station and stayed on the local news station. Guys, after celebrating, let's head out and take a look at the city properly. We're here for 2.5 weeks, so we need to check every place out before leaving. I agree. But where do we start? The moment one of them said this, like magic, the local news station had the answer. It's time for festivities once again. Tomorrow is Baymard Day, the day when His Majesty was crowned. This was also the day when we became an empire. And on this glorious day, the anticipated ride will be officially launched to the public. That's right. I'm talking about hot air balloon rides. Chapter 774. Where to begin? Hot air balloon ride? What was that? Jacob and the rest listened carefully, before staring at the T.V in a daze. It took a while for them to come back to their senses before a massive explosion erupted from within their hearts. Did the T.V lady just say that they would fly? How was that even possible? How could man fly? Their bodies were now covered in goosebumps, as several thoughts pushed through their brains non-stop. Right now, they couldn't wait for tomorrow to come so that they could ride these hot air balloon things. The same could be said for everyone present in Baymard. First off, ever since the creation of hot air balloons, only the military had used them within District B for training and whatnot. Of course, the Navy and Marine forces had also taken them out for training too, because it was good to have water air forces too. They had even parachuted into the water and done other drills with them when training. That said, during training, they always chose somewhat isolated regions for practice. So even though people from far away might spot some round dot in the air, they didn't necessarily know what it was. Some didn't even see the hot air balloons at all. One shouldn't forget that hundreds and thousands of years ago, Baymard itself was formed from a collection of cities, villages and towns. It was originally an independent community ruled by its leader before it lost in battle against Arcadina's first ruler, who conquered all other communities in the empire. So Baymard, which was a collection of cities, towns and villages, was extremely large. That said, even if the hot air balloons were launched in District B, restricted zone, those within District C might not even see them. Of course, a year back, when the hot air balloon was created, Landon and the rest flew over all the districts, which caused a stir. But the news quickly died down since no one had seen these hot air balloons again. Some even said that the media was just making things up. After all, there were no pictures taken to prove it, and those who didn't see it found it more absurd when they listened to those who do see it. Without any tangible proof, how could they believe that man could fly? The whole thing died down in a blink of an eye. But all this was also Landon's careful thinking. He only decided to make it public now because within these 2 months, August and September, he would have properly taken care of all enemies and properly reunite the Pino continent. Because even if spies or enemies saw these hot air balloons now, it would still take months to properly relay the message. And by then, the enemies would have already been dead. In just 1 more week, the soldiers would set out on their missions, and in another 6 weeks, he would help Henry and clear out all problems in Daephorus as well. So there was no harm in letting everyone know of the existence of these hot air balloons. Listening to the T.V, everyone's nerves were on edge right now. They felt like their little hearts couldn't take all the shock that Baymard had to offer. Tomorrow, we definitely have to try it. HM. We must fly. Jacob nodded and quickly brought out a pamphlet. All right, we'll do that tomorrow. So let's choose what to do today. Here, let's look at this tourist map. Ooh. Let's go to the Murder House of Mystery. It's voted as the 17th most visited tourist site. Plus it involved a lot of brainstorming and crime solving. So I like it. No. Let's check out the famous Baymard clock that's as tall and big as an entire building. Look here. It says that the clock is named after the Queen Mother's late father. It's called Old Willie and it's the 36th most visited place. We must go there first. Oh my god. Why are you all so boring? Let's check out the new ski/U0026 snowboarding resort. It's said here that they have an indoor room filled with ice and snow. How can they have this in summer? I must know the truth. Anyway, it's voted as the 6th most visited place, so we must go. HMPH. What do you know? I can't believe that you all are backward thinkers. If we have to visit any place, then it must be the #1 spot. His Majesty Landon's mysterious maze garden. I heard that it has so many trapdoors that lead you to a whole new adventure. After that, we can go on an exciting palace tour, which also happens to be the 2nd most voted activity to do. So how can we see other places first? No way. I'll literally die if we don't. The group of men fought for a bit before finally settling on going to the palace. But before that, they decided not to eat in their hotels. Yes, they wanted to grab a bite at the famous Poseidon's Palace. That's right, it was a themed restaurant based on a character in one of Baymard's storybooks. Apparently, the restaurant was inspirational and created by the fantasies of many who envisioned what Poseidon's Palace would look like. It was so famous that almost every noble in the Pino continent knew of it. Who didn't want to eat in a god's palace? Welcome to Poseidon's Palace. A table for 4? Yes please. No problem. Follow me please. With that, the staff who was wearing a clear white Greek costume led them to a beautifully crafted table that looks like Zeus had christened it himself. Jacob and the rest looked at the surrounding in awe. There were beautiful indoor waterfalls and fountains all over the place, and in the water, one could see a hand holding out a golden Triton staff. The ceiling also had various arts of Poseidon, giving the place an artistic feel to it. Statues of soldiers in Greek attires all strategically standing against the walls, coupled with the clear floors made everyone feel like they had truly entered a god's palace. And the moment they ate the food on the menu, Jacob and the rest almost had their minds fly away. From the crowd chicken wings to the specially cooked fried rice, pizzas, waffles, ice cream and sandwiches, everything was good. They ordered their main course meals, desserts and everything that intrigued them. What was this? Jacob looked at the pizza and wondered how they did it. Was it made of bread? The more he chewed, the more his mouth salivated. Just like that, everyone lost themselves in sheer bliss. The report didn't lie. This Baymard truly was a magical place with magical food. And when they were done, they began their adventure towards the palace. Of course, Jacob first stopped by his old estate and found that it had been used as an orphanage. The whole place had been redesigned and it almost looks nothing like how he remembered. Well, There was nothing he could say about this matter. The estate was no longer his. All four men enjoyed the rest of the day merrily before turning in for the night. Tomorrow, they will ride on those hot air balloon thingies. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were excited to the point of sleepiness. Back in the palace, the royals were also in a state of excitement. Tomorrow, history will be made once more on Baymar Day. Chapter 775 Baymar Day. The morning came and the sun commanded the stage, giving its full attention to the plan below it. The morning hadn't been fully born yet, but it already shows all potential to blossom throughout the rest of the day. Upon the sunrise that lit the sky, the birds flew, the flowers bloomed, and nature once again took the center stage. The birds flew through the ever-developing capital city of Baymard, as if celebrating the glorious day. And just like nature, everyone else was in celebration as well, because even though today was a public holiday, the roads and streets were still as busy as ever. Yes, the shops and most establishments were undoubtedly closed for the day, but the people were still buzzing like bees. Like a school of fish, they swarmed the entire city early in the morning. Even the students from the Culinary /0026 Bartending Academy were going crazy. After all, they would be graded on how many customers they had by the end of the night. Damn it! I knew I should have bought more seasonings. What do we do? The stores are already closed, and if we lose, won't our ranking be dropped? No way. There is no way I'll leave the grade B villa and drop down to a grade C or F apartment. I feel you. I'm trying to get to an A or S grade villa, so how can I drop down? What about my dream of becoming one of the Academy's elite 10 giants? If I give up now, how can I become one of the gods of cooking? No way. We have to get more seasonings. No. How can I get assigned to set up my stall here? This location is far away from the hot air balloon rides. So isn't this a disadvantageous way to start? How is this fair? How am I supposed to rank up? I'm screwed. TTT. Some students felt helpless, while others felt pumped up instead. Of course it wasn't just them, as several volunteers and many others were currently preparing some festival games for the passerbys. There would also be outdoor stalls that sold clothes and other items that showcased Baymard's culture. The festivities would go on throughout the entire day, and by 9 p.m., the parade will begin. Fireworks would go out, the light shows will begin, and several illuminated parade floats that will cover the streets. Dragons, Disney characters, cultural beings and other popular characters will make their entrances in the parade show. For sure, they would also be accompanied by many dancers, singers, and everyone else that could make the crowd happy. There would be dancers popping out of cakes, and trumpets playing. Last but not least, Landon and the royals would be there as well, on one of the floats waving majestically to the crowd. The entire thing would truly be a sight for all to see. The day went by just like that, until it was finally 11 a.m. It was time to launch the hot air balloon rides. There were 12 launching spots in total that had 35 hot air balloons each, so anyone could go to any launching site for the rides. There were 2 poles 1 meter apart in front of each site, and hanging on these poles was a massive red string connecting both poles. Each launching spot had someone that was assigned to cut the ribbon. Like Landon, Overseer Tim, School Principal Stiltskin, Dr. Gerson and so on. Today, Baymard would once again make history. The camera crews were there on all rights and everyone was anxiously waiting for the ribbon to be cut already. Look, His Majesty is here. What? Where? We actually picked the site where His Majesty was. How lucky are we? Forget about that. Why is the host talking so much? Can he just pass the microphone and scissors to His Majesty already? Dude, what do you think this is? A theater show? Hurry up, will you? The entire audience was bubbling with impatience, and even Jacob and his friends felt like stoning the host. Bro, can't you read the room? All we want to do is fly. If eyes could kill, the poor host would have been long gone, dead and buried. The host on the other hand smiled bitterly before passing the microphone and scissors to Landon. Landon only said 5 sentences before finally snipping the ribbon. Begin countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Baymar Day. Snip, hooray, 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 clap, 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 clap. Everyone's heart almost leapt out of their chests from sheer glee. They so badly wanted to get on the hot air balloons. The host wiped the sweat off his face with his handkerchief. All right everyone. On this ride, you will be accompanied by what we call pilots. They will look after you while you're in the air, so always listen to them. They will also give you guidelines to follow while in the air, so make that you pay attention. That said, as you can see, we have hot air balloons with different basket sizes. Some can only allow 3 to ride on them at once, while others can allow 10, 15, and even 25 of them at once. So everyone can line up with their families as well. Well, I know that many of you want to kill me right now. So with no further ado, enjoy your ride. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you and goodbye Mr. Host. Woo. Honestly, I thought he would never shut up. These past few minutes felt like years to me. Eh? You too? I thought I was the only one who felt like that. For a moment, I too want to rush up there and drag him away and strangle him to death. How can he be so annoying? The host. They told me to talk about safety and all that. So why am I the one taking the blame here? As the crowd rushed away busily, the host stooped down and drew circles on the ground pitifully. He felt betrayed. YY. Chapter 776 Take Off. Are you sure this is safe? Lucy looked at the massive basket in doubt. How can this basket be able to hold up to 25 people? Landon chuckled while looking at his entire family knock the basket multiple times as if trying to see what sort of magical basket could hold them in the air. Mother Kim, Mother Winnie, Lucy, Little Momo, Little Linda, Grace and Lucius all accompanied him in one basket. Of course, they were also accompanied by 2 pilots and some prominent Baymardian personnel, making it a total of 25 people in the basket. And since this was still a launch event, Landon's balloon would be the first to go up. In this way, it would make those fearful and in doubt believe that it was okay. After all, if their king could put his life and do it, then didn't that mean that he had faith in these hot air balloons? They were also briefed on something called parachutes just in case. Anyway, they were all excitedly waiting for Landon's balloon to go up. Lucy stepped into the massive basket anxiously, but when she saw how calm Landon was, she felt more and more that there was nothing to worry about. Don't worry, since it's your first time flying, it's okay to be somewhat fearful. But I promise you that everything will be alright. Lucy looked at his eyes and smiled. Yeah. Her mesmerizing smile left Landon in a daze. He wasn't prepared for her attack at all. How could anyone be this beautiful? You don't smile at anyone else like that. It's too dangerous. Eh? Landon pulled her closer and lifted her chin. Promise me, or else I'll carry and kiss you in front of everyone. I promise, I promise, I promise you. Alright? Good girl. Landon still kissed her before the crowd. Everyone either looked up, down or sideways shyly, even though they couldn't hear what the duo was talking about. They still know that His Majesty was once again shamelessly stealing a kiss from the princess. Who didn't know that these royals love to spray what His Majesty calls dog food to them? Because of Landon, more people now like displaying love, be it holding hands, buying flowers or even pecking or kissing their partners. Many people loved the feeling of being called for. Mother Kim for one loved how much Lucius held her hands, covered her with his coat when she was cold, teased her and did all the little things in public. It made both of them feel young again as if they were still in their teens. But no one could beat His Majesty when it came to displaying his love. I feel like His Majesty is mocking me for being single. Me too. When will I find love? Look, all of us are still single, so we are in the same boat. Who's single with you? Please, don't drag me into your singles club. I'm almost taken, alright? You're still at the almost stage? I'm already married with 4 kids and 13 grandkids now. So I'm way better than you. But you're just 16 years old. Phew. What do you know? This is called planning for the future. Since I've thought of it, then it will surely come to pass. I'm not single, Lucy's entire face was so red that Landon feared that if she got any redder, her head would explode. He chuckled while stroking her cheeks. His little future wifey was shy. Little Momo and little Linda rolled their eyes heavenward. As time went by, they too got accustomed to receiving dog food from this hateful couple. When Landon and Lucy were together, it was as if no one else in the world existed. It was truly a hard life. Momo and Linda looked at each other as if they were communicating telepathically. How embarrassing. How did Big Brother become such a shameless person? Who knows? Maybe he was dropped on the head as a baby. Makes sense. With that, the children quickly focused on the air balloon, and so did everyone else. Everyone, I'm Captain Ramsey and this my co-pilot Captain Frank, and we will be in charge of piloting the balloon. That said, each passenger still should have a parachute that looks like this there. You all have already been publicly briefed on the parachute's functions. So if and only if we tell you to use them, can you do that? Now, let's fly. With that, the pilots did their thing and soon, the basket began to lift. Lucy and the rest on the basket felt their weight grow heavier, as if some strange thing was pressing on them. Gravitational force. All of them yelled out in shock. One should know that Lucy and the rest were teachers. The children were still in school and many of the important personnel were also overseers and other major people. Even the overseer for the power plant was on their basket. They exclaimed out excitedly, "Gravity, gravity." So it feels like this. The more they elevated, the more traditional force kept pressing them down like an invisible palm from the heavens. It was just too amazing of a discovery. Ha 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 ha. Do you know? Even if we too into the higher mountain, we won't be able to feel the traditional difference unless we elevate. I've been jumping all this while just to feel the difference, but I never did. Me too. I did that so many times and almost cried when I had no results. So I thought that maybe gravity didn't affect our bodies that much. But now, just look at it. Ha 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 ha. This is great. Old woman, can you forget about that? Can't you see that we are actually flying? Man can fly. Everyone's eyes twinkled as they tightly held the edge of the basket. Just looking at the faces that seemed to be getting smaller and smaller gave rise to a whole new emotion deep within them. It was a mixture of excitement, fear, and anticipation. Of course those below were also going crazy as well. Everyone's jaws dropped wide open in shock. Their bodies trembled and their hearts kept pounding non-stop. Even the visitors almost fainted from shock, especially the influential ones. They really did it. The balloon is in the air. As expected of Baymard, they never disappoint. Damn it. When will it be my turn to ride on it? Oh my god. How did they do it? This is groundbreaking. Likewise, while some people were excited, others were in a state of fright instead. How can Baymard create this and expect not to share it? No way. I have to inform my pirate brothers fast. We gave an entire island of over 50,000 men. This would be a piece of cake for us. No matter what, we must have these balloons even if we have to kill everyone. No, I have to leave Baymard now. I have to inform my superiors about this. The temple must know. Just like that, the celebrations continued onwards. Everyone who rode the balloons felt like they had experienced a whole new world. And so this Baymard Day was once again a high success. But while everyone was in the state of enjoyment and glee, far away, some hidden forces had turned their attention to them. Baymard was their target. Chapter 777. A secret battle in a massive well-lit hall. Several benches had been arranged in a church-like pattern with many columns, and at the forefront of each column was a silver chair. Currently, there were 5 columns, which meant that there were also 5 massive Shiva chairs. Of course, on a high platform at the front of the hall, one could see an enormous eye-catching golden chair. Right now, the hall was currently filled with over 15,000 men who were sitting within each column according to their fractions or groups. Each fraction wore masks that easily distinguished which from which. Some masks were red, while others were green, blue and so on, with different designs on them. Silence. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin if it dropped. It was as if no one was in the hall. No one spoke, moved or made any slight movements. Time seemed to freeze up, as the heavy atmosphere only thickened with time. All eyes were now on the empty round table, and soon, they heard the steps of several footsteps. Din, 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 din. The approaching sounds were heavy and loud, indicating that they belonged to strong men. And as the noise increased, the entire hall got off from their seats and dropped to their knees. "We greet the Supreme One and the Wise Ones." Everyone looked at the ground as they dared not look at the people who stepped in. They heard some movements indicating that these superior people had taken their seats on the gold and silver chairs. "You may sit." "Thank you, Supreme One." With that, everyone sat in silence again. Their Supreme One on the high altar was wearing a golden mask, while the wise men who were leader fraction leaders wore silver masks instead. Once again, each silver mask had a distinguished design on them too. On the stage, someone brought a megaphone and loved it close to the Supreme One's mouth. "Welcome, my children. First off, I would like to congratulate you all for a job well done on this year's tasks. You all have proven yourselves worthy and deserve praise." With that, everyone started snapping their fingers, as if clapping for themselves. Here, they never clapped, but only snapped their fingers. It was less rowdy to do so. Snap, 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 snap. "Good children, you have not disappointed this one yet. It is my wish that we continue to grow strong and unstoppable. That's why months back, I sent for you all. And now that you're here, we can start the auction. As you all know, we will be auctioning off everything except L.O. K.L and C.O. Those are reserved for myself, the Supreme One. Now, let the auction begin." With that, the auction host brought the megaphone close to his mouth, and soon, things really kicked in. The first thing on the list is A. It is undoubtedly a must-have, as it's large and currently has well-known prestige. Its wealth alone speaks for itself. No man would see this and pass it up willingly. This is what they call luxury. "Gentlemen, we are talking about Baymard's District A." Listening to the host, everyone's eyes lit up excitedly. That's right. They come all the way here to bid for all districts within Baymard. And who was so bold to do so? Well, it was none other than the Temple of Dragmas. One should know that this past December, they had decided to take this eye-catching empire as theirs. But before that, they need to make sure that their fractions got the best places, and that's why they were now scrambling for each district and region. That's why all fractions from both Daephorus and Yoden had traveled for months to get here. They couldn't leave something as important as this to anyone else. They had to personally come here to fight for their fraction. How could they allow others to take the best districts or properties? Impossible. They were ready to go all in. And as the Supreme One said, L.O, Lower Region, K.L, King's Landing, and C.O, the entire coastal region with all its own districts, were off bounds. Funny enough, they thought that these were all important regions in Baymard. Many were more focused on District D and G, which were entertainment spots. They didn't even think that District B was of any importance. Anyway, no matter which region they got, just having the massive land was also a good thing. After all, Baymard is like a collection of cities, towns and villages, so each district in itself was huge. This was not a loss at all. The entire place quickly turned into a marketplace, as each wise man was bidding like crazy. 100 gold coins, 1 million copper coins, 300 gold coins. Omar, are you trying to anger me? Let this one go. No way. This is District D that has all the luxurious buildings, hotels and entertainment in it. So how can I let it go? HMPH. If you have the money, then bid against my fraction and stop talking rubbish. 500 gold coins, 700, 1000, 1200, 5000. Why you? 5000 going once, going twice, sold to the Demon Eye fraction. Snap, 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 snow. Some snapped their fingers merrily, while others did so in rage, envy and hate. Damn it. No matter what, they couldn't give the Demon Eye any more districts. Over their dead bodies. District G, 600 gold coins, 800, 1400, 2000, 3000, 4000. The hall that was already rowdy, was now more chaotic than ever. People yelled at the top of their lungs and angrily queued at each other while hoping to win their bids, and all this time, their Supreme One, aka Master K, was still lost deep in thought. All he could think about was the future. As planned, Yoden and Deiferus will fall, and accompanying them will be Baymard. They had no one else to blame but themselves. They were just too eye-catching, and the things made in there revealed that they made major secrets. That's why they needed to take it down at a time when the Coronian Empire wouldn't be able to help them. With Corona out of the way, taking care of them would be a piece of cake. No matter what, they had to unravel the mysteries within the lower region. The key to the temple's wealth and development lay there. That's why 3 months ago, he sent 150 spies to infiltrate the place. He needed to know more about it before they attacked. Master K's eyes shone with a murderous light when he thought about it. Very soon, Baymard will be his. Chapter 778. Another one? Back in Baymard, Landon was currently watching the soldiers head out for their missions. Of course, they had to work alongside the Navy who would take them over there. Again, the Navy transportation ships would carry the vehicles, food and everything else needed. They had the map, so all they had to do was follow it thoroughly, and when they completed their tasks, they were to transport all wealth back to the ships, as well as take any important documents too. And if there were slaves there, they had to release them based on their judgment. It would take a few days to transport all the wealth from these secret bases, so within their time, they could investigate and check if the prisoners there were truly innocent. There was no way that they would let any serial killer on the loose. Of course, there were sure to be kidnapped victims, men, women and children who were brought here because of their loans. After all, the temple still tricked people after loaning them money, so after they didn't pay up, they would be brought into these secret bases away from the public's eyes. So many here would undoubtedly be innocent. But that didn't mean that there weren't a few bad ones too. Again, each victim would be given some money as compensation for all they went through. Landon expected good news from them when they got back. He gave them a brief but uplifting speech before making his way to his office. It was time to go back to work. But the moment Landon sat down in his chair, his boss had yet again made a move on him. Ding. The system sees that the host loves to work. So the system decided to please the host by giving you a new side mission. You're welcome, host. _. Loves it? How does he look like a person who lives to work? Is it because he had been performing everything diligently? Landon felt personally attacked by the system. Once again, he silently cursed the heartless thing. Just what side mission is it this time? He opened his side mission tab and was surprisingly taken aback. Excitement filled his eyes, as they twinkled with creativity. Looking at it again, this was the first time that he was willing to do a side mission without being forced. In fact, the side mission can be seen as a blessing. It was just that it was too good to be true. System, is there something you're not telling me? Are you sure that there's nothing else? Host, that's all there is to it. But if the host isn't satisfied, then I could add more instead. No. It's more than enough. Who wanted more? Landon had no choice but to shut up about the matter. Well, since the system said that this was all, then that meant that what he saw was real. Landon grinned widely while looking at the side mission again. Ha 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 ha. He was getting more and more close to his main goals. Side mission, create airports with runways, a good aircraft hangar and for storing planes during harsh weather, parts assembly, maintenance and so on. Task description, as per the treaty, Baymard will provide transportation means, making travel easier within the entire Pino continent. In future, the host will undoubtedly create the world's first batches of aircrafts. So why not prepare for that now? Back on the host's planet, planes didn't take that long to construct. The massive Boeing 777 took 89 days to construct, which was roughly about 3 months. Of course, all this was possible with the help of more than 15,000 workers, as well as a good construction hangar. Again, some planes take 43 days to build while others take up to 130 days instead. That said, the host needs to begin construction of the actual buildings, airway lanes and other time-wasting factors. Rewards. The system is trying to help you advance technologically. So why do you need a reward here? It's not like you're building the actual aircraft, right? It's just the runway and airport. So forget it. Deadline. None. Landon laughed stupidly when he saw this. Good system. Unexpectedly, you're really good. Host, I've always been good. Landon almost choked on his coffee when he heard the system. Forget it. Now was not the time to argue with it. Focus. His mind was fully concentrated on the tasks at hand. He knew that in future, he would be rewarded with the actual aircraft manufacturing procedure, which involved parts manufacturing instead. One should know that hangars were completely different from part manufacturing industries. The industries make the individual parts, from the seats to everything else, before sending it over to those in the hangar who would assemble everything. So in future, he would be rewarded everything about part manufacturing later, aircraft piloting and so on. For now, all he had to do was focus on airport construction and things like that. It wouldn't kill him to have these done now. Landon stroked his chin, lost in thought. Just like the situation with cruise transportation, there was a lot to consider here. But first, he had to get all his facts straight. System, aren't you being stingy? How can you give me this task without rewarding me with any knowledge? Host, you have to purchase it. But last year when I wanted to purchase it, didn't you say that I couldn't? That's correct, Host. I said that you couldn't get aircraft construction and piloting information because it would be rewarded to you. But I didn't say that you can't get information on runway designs or even airport design structures. It's the host's fault if he misunderstands this system. How is that this system's problem? _. Landon looked heavenwards and silently begged for any god to hear his cries. In his heart, he was secretly filing a complaint to the Heavenly Manager. He just wanted one of them to hear him out. Okay, the system would definitely be the death of him. He smiled bitterly and once again pulled his attention on his new tasks. Soon, he would make the people know that hot air balloons weren't the only things that could make one fly. The future was full of endless possibilities, so it was time to expand their mind once more. Time truly has changed. But somehow, the system always remains the same. Is it too late to change systems? T_T. Chapter 779 New Rules. Aircrafts. As for the reason why the system hadn't rewarded it to him yet, Landon could already guess some of the reasons for that. Firstly, one should know that after he finished his current main missions, which included Pac-Man and the aquarium, he would be rewarded with knowledge on computer systems, Wi-Fi, Game Boy creations, wireless earpieces and music pods. Knowing this, it was clear that he would have to integrate something into the plane, be it the chance to select and watch any movie on flight, or even the chance for first class to order via computer systems. The plane had to have some sort of entertainment. Of course, they could always mount a few T-versus every after 10 rows of seats, and make everyone watch the same movie with their earpieces on. In this scenario, the cabin crew would be in charge of switching the tape once it finished playing. But did they really want to do that? No. It was better to wait for the system's main mission reward and properly develop the option for everyone to choose a movie for themselves via the screen in front of them during each flight. In short, there were so many reasons why aircraft construction had to wait. And he could see why. That being said, Landon had already come up with certain rules for air transport, which were also in line with the system's rules too. One should know that Baymard was the only place that had electricity. Additionally, he could build smooth runways outside the Empire. But he couldn't construct any cement buildings, and neither could he keep any equipment out of Baymard. So, just like the cruise ship situation, he also came up with a few guidelines. Looking at cruises, they typically drop off passengers 2 or 3 hours before their next schedule. And during this time, trolleys, and other transport equipment from the ships will load and carry all luggage out, as well as into the ship, for the next schedule. In this way, the equipment never stayed in Corona since they're stored on the ships. Again, check-in is usually scheduled 45 minutes after each cruise ship has arrived. That's done so that the TSA Transport Administration agents could get off the ships with handheld metal detectors, chemical and fluid detectors. And when everyone got boarded, they went back to the ships with these handheld devices. In short, only those booking tickets actually stayed in Corona all day. This way, None of Baymard's technology stayed in Corona. In this same way, each plane will have to carry a few TSA personnel, as well as a few luggage-carrying trolleys in the plane's lower storage areas. Of course, some technicians will be on every flight, because after landing, the plane systems will be checked before takeoff again. As for fuel, provided the plane wasn't leaving the Pino continent, then they would be good for a round trip. Typically, a commercial plane could fly non-stop for 18-21 hours without refueling. Take for example a plane leaving North America to Africa. It spends 13 or more hours during a non-stop flight. Planes were designed to go that far. But now, Landon was only focused on the Pino continent, which would take 3-8 hours at most. So with a round trip back to Baymard, that was at most 16 hours. Bottom line, refueling wouldn't be an issue for him provided no flight was out of the Pino continent. Again, if someone from Arcadina's capital wanted to take the flight to Corona's capital, the plan would still make a stop at Baymard for refueling before heading off. No matter where they were going, all planes would stop at Baymard first. He would only build the airports within each empire's capital city. Now, back to the rules. For passengers, they could only get on an airplane if and only if they already had a passport. No passport, no plane ride. It might seem cruel, but it would help with security a lot. For the second rule, each passenger can only have 3 pieces of luggage max, 1 carry-on and 2 other regular luggage. Of course, this didn't include a lady's purse, backpack and whatnot. These ones could be checked in for free if they didn't go over the weight requirements. For sure, any extra bags would be priced. But there was a catch. The extra luggage couldn't exceed 2. So in total, each person could only bring 5 bags with them. Anything more and it would be advisable to take the cruise ships. After all, planes didn't allow food and other things in it. So if they wanted to transport goods, they still needed to rely on the ships. Aircrafts were for those who were busy and wanted to get somewhere fast conveniently. Landon was sure that the moment it was completed, Penelope, William, Santa, McKeel, Sirius and everyone else could see him daily if they wanted to discuss urgent political issues. Communication would undoubtedly become way better. The capital cities were months away from the coastal cities where the ships were, so there was always a delay with urgent political messages. But now, with the airports positioned in the capital, those around, be it peasants or nobles, they could hop on and enter Baymard in a matter of hours rather than traveling for months to the coastal regions for a ship cruise. Of course, if they had a lot to transport, they still had to go on the ships. And many would still do so because they wanted a vacation and an experience of a lifetime. Plus, some were too far away from the capital cities, so it would make no sense for them to head towards the capital rather than just taking the ship ride to Baymard. In fact, depending on the people or the situation at hand, both ship and airplane rides had their pros and cons depending. Landon couldn't wait for the day when everyone would fly for the first time. It would undoubtedly be mind-blowing. So how can he not look forward to it? Chapter 780 Begin construction. Landon had set up several rules for those who wanted to fly and let from the public airports. Of course, there would be a one-way private jet service from Baymard going out only. Last but not least, one shouldn't forget that the Navy, Marines, Army and police officers will have their own choppers and mission air forces too. Be it chasing criminals through the city from above, or dropping off people for missions outside Baymard, these armed forces would have their own hangars and took-off lanes within their headquarters and training facilities. Again, there will be helicopter tour rides available too. So it was better to start constructing these building structures now. Congratulations on your purchases. Host, transmitting information in 3, 2, 1. Ugh, damn. It still hurts. Landon massaged his temples while trying to digest the information that he had just bought off the system. He had just one word for this system: stingy. Why was it so expensive? He felt like the system was definitely doing it on purpose. A few seconds later, everything quickly calmed down and the annoying headache from earlier on had vanished as if it wasn't even there in the first place. Host, This system has to remind you that all airport transportation must be available within the airports. The host must have this properly taken care of. Landon nodded while tapping his pen on his book. I know. Normally, one might have problems in this area, but for him, this seemed like nothing. In the case of transportation, just like the ship cruise situation within Corona, he would imply those same tactics here. You see, after people got off the ships in Baymard, they could get bus rides from the coastal port. And in Corona, the same idea was already implemented. The massive estate, manor that is now used as the port has several carriages, wagons and horses of different qualities available. There were noble-looking carriages, as well as ordinary ones too. So in agreement with the Coronian government, over hundreds of men and women were hired as taxi drivers. So visitors can pay for transportation and load as many items in as many wagons or carriages that they wanted. From there, the driver would steer the horses to their homes or a nearby inn or establishment. These Coronian drivers got their pay bi-weekly, so they took their job seriously since the pay was fairly high when compared to other jobs in their city. Either way, they all flocked like birds to work for the port. And so it's that same concept that Landon wanted to employ here. Within the airports outside Baymard, the same concept would be used. Transport was a must. So there would be staff in charge of transport booking and whatnot. Everyone will pay depending on the wagon, horse and carriage quality, as well as how many they used. Additionally, the airports will be able to do parcel deliveries to and from any empire. Yup, it was already a thing within the ports. When sending to Baymard, all the person had to do was get the receiver's full name, home number, and address. The receiver's home will be called and he or she will be informed and asked if they should deliver it, or if he or she wants to pick it up at the post office. After all, some things might be too personal or private to send. Hence, they might just prefer picking it up with passport identification instead. The situation in Baymard was fairly easy, but outside, it requires a different procedure. Take the port on Corona for example. There was already a post office system within the port, and when parcels were sent from Baymard to Corona, the responsibility mostly fell on the sender and receiver to properly get the parcel. The port only needs the receiver's full name, sender's full name, and delivery date, and time. So when the parcel arrives, it will be kept for a maximum of 1 year before mailed back to the sender. That's why they advise people that before sending anything out of Baymard, the receiver should already be aware and waiting for whatever parcel comes their way. The responsibility falls on them. The port post office has been running since port's creation, and everyone now knows how to properly use it. So that wasn't an issue, and because of this, many nobles now have second homes within the coastal city. Now at least once a week, people go there to check the list to see if their masters or family members have any parcels there. The list is updated each day and covers many boards. It's all in alphabetical order without noble titles, so everyone can check it. It has now become common practice to check the list each week or day for some. This service was really amazing to many, especially the nobles. They could send parcels in their subordinate's name, who will later pick it up on their behalf. Again, the port's postal office has closed the communication gap to some extent, as those who have children in school within Baymard could now send whatever they wanted to their families there. And so, he had also decided to make a postal office that will be in charge of delivery parcels via plane too. With everything figured out, Landon quickly entered the time capsule and spent a few days, in capsule time, before popping out again. He had already drawn plans and written all he could about this project. How could he sit still now? It was just 9 a.m., so he had time. He hastily made a call to the Ministry of Transportation, where he requested for any available decision-making ministers to see him at once. He also called the Ministry of Defense, as well as the Ministry of Tourism. Since he would also create military and tourist buildings and facilities for army choppers and tour helicopters, of course he had to invite them too. These properties will belong to the Empire, so the ministries have to be involved with project drafting and whatnot. For sure, Landon had already drawn up the contracts for the contractors. That said, he was inviting the ministers to come over, so that they could go over it in detail. After all, it was his idea, and only he knew the parameters involved in this project. Again, he would be a major shareholder as well. So he drafted the contracts for them. After calling the various ministries, like lightning, they moved as swiftly towards the palace land and briefed them about the project again, which blew their minds, making them tremble and look at him in awe. "Your Majesty, I'm in utter shock. If this comes to be, then we can actually travel in a couple of hours to other empires. How amazing is that?" Exclamation mark. "Your Majesty, one more, you've blown my mind into tiny pieces." "Your Majesty, since we're done, then let's go now." "Yeah, let go now, Your Majesty. As you always said, time is money. So why are we still here? Let's go, let's go, let go." Zero. Everyone was in high spirits. They spent 4 hours going over things, and by the time it was 2:30 p.m., they were off to the lower regions. They could have continued tomorrow or even the next day, but they dared not. Their excitement at this point was indescribable. They couldn't wait any longer. No, construction had to begin as soon as possible.